Almighty Father, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you that you have been able to convene here at this particular point in time. As we have convened, we pray that you give us the wisdom, you give us the courage, give us the energy to go through this day successfully, and let us learn and be able to relearn from this event. We pray all this believing and trusting in the Almighty name. All right, thank you. You could please have your seats. So as we get set to have our first speakers grace this podium, is that I want to officially invite you. On behalf of the National Youth Council of Uganda, we are humbled first and foremost by the partnership of Siatini Uganda that has been very instrumental in terms of resource mobilization, in terms of intellectual contribution, in terms of moral support towards ensuring that this event comes to see this particular 24th day of April 2023. Of course, our gratitude also goes to the Youth for Tax Justice Network that has, in the same spirit and measure, gone ahead to extend their sincere contribution in those so many aspects, economical, social, and moral, to ensure that this event is a success. So we thank you. We know that you have a presence in this room, and we want to recognize your contribution. The symposium, and it is precisely targeting the youth. For those of you who have your figures right, you know that it goes without saying that the youth contribute towards this continent's biggest population. So if we are to drive transformative change, the youth must be a focal point. And if you recall, it was Mwalimu Julius Nyerere who said that, you know, nothing for us without us. But also, if you look at the African Youth Charter, I think aspiration number 7 speaks about an all-inclusive development agenda. That if Africa is to realize its full potential, it must tap into the energy, tap into the strength of its very young population. And that's why at the center of this conversation, you will appreciate that we shall be focusing on what young people can do to be able to make meaningful contribution towards the transformation of this country, of this region, and of this continent at large. So once again, karibu. So without further ado, let me just take this opportunity and singular honor to invite our first speaker for this morning. And in no particular order, because some of them appear, I think, first on the program, but they're not here with us. So we shall begin with Ms. Jane Nalunga, the Executive Director, Siatini Uganda. It's my singular honor and opportunity to invite you to this podium to make to us your opening remarks and addresses, perhaps on your own behalf and on behalf of Siatini Uganda. I now invite this congregation to put our hands together for Ms. Jane Nalunga as she makes her way to this podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Let us be a little bit more vibrant. We are few and we are young, isn't it? Isn't it? You are young. Or maybe I said we, I put myself there. You are young. Okay, so let us be a little bit more vibrant so that we can be able to make this symposium more interesting. One, I'm not going to give a lecture. No, I'm not. I'm just going to give a few of our ideas as CIATINI about the CFTA, and you are going to do the rest of the work yourselves. So I'm not going to give a lecture. I'm just going to give a very, very broad overview of the CFTA. And maybe to introduce a little bit of CIATINI. CIATINI is a mouthful. It's a Southern and Eastern African Trade Information and Negotiations Institute. It's an NGO, a think tank, working on trade, investment, economic policy issues. We have an office in Zimbabwe, an office in Nairobi, we have a presence in Geneva. So we are African, but we work globally because the issues of trade are global issues. And by the way, we also take interns, graduate internees. So if you are interested with what we do as CIATINI, you can approach us. Today, we want to talk about the CFTA, the Business Symposium on CFTA, and how the youth can be able to position themselves, first of all, to understand what the CFTA is, but also to be able to position yourselves to be able to benefit from this free trade agreement. The assumption is that we know what AfCFTA is. We know that it's the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It's one of those largest free trade area. And a free trade area is an area, geographical area, where goods and services and also people move. In trade, there are agreements which are made, because you don't get up one day and put your coffee, put your bananas, put your millet and take them somewhere. You need to have sat and made an agreement. So trade is facilitated by agreements. So the Continental Free Trade Area is an area which was agreed on by all African countries apart from one. Which country is that? Some people make the mistake of saying, oh, African countries, Eritrea is not there, not yet. So all the rest of the African countries are together. They agreed to negotiate a free trade area so that they can be able to trade together to ensure that goods and services are moving. This agreement was signed in March 2018, and progressively there have been negotiations going on. The CFTA promises us so many things. One of them, increased intra-Africa trade. Today, intra-Africa trade is very, very limited. Unlike other continents like Europe, they trade a lot among themselves. Almost around 60% of their trade in Europe is internal. Asia also trades among themselves. But Africa, we trade more with others than we trade among ourselves. So you find out as homework what's the percentage of our intra-Africa trade. And the Continental Free Trade Area, they want to change that. And the reason why we trade with others is because of our colonial ties. Today, sometimes when you are moving out of you are going to West Africa, you need to get out of the continent first to come back to West Africa. So we are integrated. That's how we are integrated with outsiders, so that CFTA is trying to change that so that we can be able to trade with each other, so that East Africa can be able to trade with West Africa, can be able to trade with Central Africa. And automatically, this will increase production, because when you trade, you increase production, isn't it? You increase productivity, you create jobs, and this is where the young people come in. Today, you are looking for jobs. But if you stimulate trade, jobs are created, and decent jobs. So the CFTA is promising us a lot, and it's promising the youth a lot. But what I want to talk about here is, how do we turn the potential, those potential of increasing trade, increasing employment, increasing industries, how do we turn that potential into a reality? And it isn't easy. I have heard so many people, when they are talking about the CFTA, that it's almost a done deal, that you are just going to get up, go somewhere, get the jobs. It isn't easy. And this is what we want to talk about. I want us to look at the reality of how we can be able to turn this potential we are talking about into a reality. And it's not going to be easy. One, we need to understand what has been negotiated, because negotiations, like we said, started way back. The CFTA was launched in 2018, and they have been negotiating protocols, a protocol on investment, protocol on trading services, a protocol on trading goods. So you need to understand, where are the youth council, the people, Moses? You need to understand what has been negotiated. It would have been better if you had engaged in the earlier negotiations. But now there are some negotiations which have already been done, but you need to understand what has so far been negotiated. Because you see, negotiations are a double-edged knife. It can work both ways. It can help you to achieve what you want, but it can also take away from you. So it's very, very important. You, as the youth, you look at what has been negotiated. And as the saying goes, the devil is in the what? In what? The devil is in the details. So that's assignment number one, Moses. Look at what has been agreed, what has been negotiated. Two, because trading goods, trading services, investment protocol, women and youth protocol has also been concluded. But what I want to also to caution you is that don't concentrate so much on the women and youth protocol. You need to understand all the other protocols, because if the other protocols don't work for you, the women and youth protocol won't work for you. Two, you need to understand that negotiations are going on. They are pending negotiations. The protocol on competition, the protocol on intellectual property, but also in the areas which have been concluded, there are some areas which haven't been agreed on. And I just want to give you an example of trading services. You know what services are? When we talk about, for example, tourism is a service. Financial services, financial, that's banking, insurance, those are services. Those negotiations are still going on, So you need to understand as a youth that if they are not negotiating, for example, tourism, what should we demand for? We are talking about tour guides, can we be competitive in tour guide? Do you want to be tour guides? If you say yes and you have the potential, then you tell the negotiators that when you are negotiating, we can be able to go to another country and be able to be tour guides. That's how negotiations are, So you need to get your hands dirty. You need to be able to find out what's being negotiated. What do we want and what don't we want? So, like I was saying, look at the negotiations, the ongoing negotiations, competition, intellectual property. When Moses was introducing this meeting here, he talked about the digitalization. It's going to be negotiated. So what do you want to see? What kind of rules, digital rules, do you want to see? Then you engage, And this is what I'm saying. Don't just say for us the use, this is what we want. In Siatini, what we say is that you get what you negotiate, not what you deserve. Just because you are used, nothing will come on a silver plate. You are going to negotiate. So build your capacity in that. Another issue which I want us to look at is the fact that we need to look at the CFTA in a broader context. We look at the CFTA in the context of the global dynamics. Today, we are talking about the Ukraine war. We are talking about the debt issue. We are talking about the climate change, the climate crisis. Today, they are telling us green economy. You have to go green. So you need to find out how will the CFTA be affected by these global dynamics. And as a youth, how do you position yourselves? Then another issue, third issue, is that the CFTA is continental, but it's building on to national trade, to regional, because we're already in the East African community, the ESC. Building on to the ESC, building on to the tripartite. We already have a tripartite agreement between East African community, COMESA, SADC. It's building on to that. Then we go to the continental. If, as a youth, you can't compete at national level, you can't compete at ESC level, you can't compete at tripartite, it will be difficult for you to compete at continental level, isn't it? So look at those opportunities, build your capacity at national level, at regional level as ESC, build your capacity at all those levels, then you can be able to build your capacity and be able to effectively engage at that other level. So it's also important to ensure that trade is running smoothly at national level, isn't it? Don't concentrate just to say, we don't care about national trade. We don't care about ES. Now we are at another level, at the continental level. Look at build capacities and linkages and networks. You are young. Networking is very important, Build networks at all those levels. At each level, strengthen your networks, broaden your networks. If government is saying we are working with SADC, COMESA, build your networks at that level. Another issue, and I think I'm coming to the end of my my talk, is the issue of questioning, building your capacity to engage. Don't swallow everything. Trade negotiations, like it's negotiating. You bring your point of view. In Siatini, we have a school. We call it Equator School for Alternative Development Paradigm. We bring on table alternatives. Our position in Siatini is that the CFTA is talking too much about liberalization. Let us liberalize, let us liberalize. We need to agree on what should be liberalized, what should be protected. And that's very critical. And that goes back to what I said about building your capacity, to be able to say, this is what we want, this isn't what we want. So for us, the CFTA, the liberalization agenda is too much. Then another issue which we also put on the table is the fact that they are not putting a lot of effort in building productive capacity. When we talk about trade, you need to have something to do what? To trade, isn't it? Trade is about exchange of goods and services. You need to have that service first. So if I ask you here, what services do you want to put on the market? Or what goods do you want to put on the market? Do you have them? So that whole issue of building productive capacities is very important if you are talking about trade. That's very important. Lastly, like I said, it's important, Moses, to mobilize your constituency to participate. But you need to enhance your capacity to participate, or else you'll be participated. Being participated is when you go and you sit and you say, yes, yes, yes. And then they say the youth were there and they signed here, they agreed. So you need to build your capacity to be able to understand, what do we want, what don't we want? Then you go in there and engage. Another challenge we see with this process is the fact that it's not very inclusive. And we have been telling our governments that all of you, the youth, civil society, we need to be there on that table. One, it's our right. Because like you said, it should be nothing about us without us. We should be on that table. Then two, they need ownership. We need to own it. So if we are not there, we won't be able to own the CFTA. Then we also bring a different perspective to the negotiations. So we need to push government to put us on that table. In Siatini, we say, if you are not on that table, you're on the menu. So we need to be on that table. So Moses, that's what I'm saying. For your effective engagement, you need to build your capacity. You need to understand what's being negotiated. How is it going to affect you as the youth, affect you as young people, as women, as young women? What do you want to put on that table? But you also need to mobilize your positions. It isn't good to go there and one group of the youth are saying no, others are saying yes. You need to be able to do that. But at the end of the day, the CFTA is our baby. It's an Africa, it's our initiative. And when you read history, it goes far back to the Lagos Plan of Action. When you read about the Nkrumah, the Nyerere, this is what they wanted us to do, that Africa should come together to be able to trade. We have everything. We have the minerals, we have the brains, we have the land, so we can be able to we can be able to trade. So this is the essence of the CFTA, but we need to be able to understand, we need to be able to make it work. So thank you so much for inviting us to be here. We'll continue sharing these ideas. Thank you so much, Moses.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jane Nalunga. Once again, I invite you for a second round of applause. She has spoken very well. And just if I'm to note one or two things, as we invite or wait for the next speaker, is that perhaps to me, it's a question that we need to ponder upon as we have this conversation, is that Africa is dealing with so much insecurity at the moment. All right. If you look at DRC Congo in Goma, the ADF have made Congo ungovernable. Okay, part of Congo. Our friends in Khartoum, in Sudan, there's an emerging crisis. Ethiopia, and that is, of course, Mogadishu has been at conflict for such a long period of time. Central African Republic, name it. So as we discuss economic integration and the need for us to have free movement of goods and services and people in an environment where bombs are flying from east, left, center, and people are massacring each other, where does that leave the aspect of trade? So I think we need to, as we discuss this agreement, we need to also put into context that particular issue. Then second and last, as I invite the online speakers, is that Ms. Jane, we know that African states are not at the same level. Even when we want to integrate and have free trade and things like that, is that if you look at even the East African Community Agreement and free trade, I think, protocol, is that some countries still continue to levy customs duty. For example, if you go to Sudan, you'd have to procure a visa. So I think the issue of states not being at the same level, either economically, I think also hampers such agreement. So the question is there affirmative action for states that are not exactly at the same level, for them to be able to open up their borders without customs, but at the same time having an economic benefit? So I think as we progress, we need to answer some of those questions. But I'm told that we have an online speaker that we need to invite right away. And that is the Executive Director of the East African Business Council, Mr. John Bosco Kalisa. Do you confirm with me that he's online?
Moses, good morning.
Give us his 5-7 minutes remarks.
Can you hear me, Moses? Hello? Hello?
Mr. John Bosco Kalisa or Mr. Morrison Rakakamba.
One meeting.
Hello? Good morning, Moses. Good morning, everyone.
Hey, no one meeting there. No one meeting.
Oh,
Just leave him there.
I can't hear. Hello? Hello? Hello, Moses.
Speaker.
Hello?
Outputting.
I'm seeing the mouth moving, but the sound is not coming.
I can hear you, but you can't hear me. I can hear you, but you cannot hear me. Hello?
From his
Hello? Hello? Hello, Moses? Hello, Moses?
Tell him to wait.
Hello?
We're not getting sound.
Hello?
We're not getting sound.
Hold a pinning is there, yes. Then can hear him. No,
this one.
okay.
But you heard.
Hello, Moses?
We talk to him as he's calling.
Hello?
Can you respond
Hello?
to him because he's calling?
It's calling.
Hello? Hello, Moses. Hello?
Mr. John Bosco, just kindly hold up a bit. We are having a technical challenge, but
Okay.
that should be fixed within the next couple of minutes, perhaps two. So we kindly ask that you hold your presentation right there as we handle the technical issue, so that you don't have to do it over and over again. So just pause a bit
Okay.
and give us some 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Noted.
Can you speak?
Mute, unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Moses. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
Mr. John Bosco, just try to make a presentation and we see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Just go ahead and make a presentation. We can hear you, sir.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. There is an echo behind. I don't know where it is coming from. Let me maybe, can I switch off and reconnect again?
Mr. Bosco, perhaps the echo is on your side. For us here, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. That's very good. That's very good. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Allow me, first of all, record my appreciation to the Uganda Youth Council, and also my appreciation goes to Saitini for that wonderful submission and also sponsoring the event, discussing the role of youth in terms of the CFTA. Let me also add to my voice to what Madam Jane, the CEO of Saitini, mentioned. I'll give you a brief background about the CFTA. The CFTA is a game changer. It's a game changer in the sense that it looks at the transformation of Africa. Transformation in the sense that it has brought all African countries together in terms of charting the path for their economic prosperity. So the agreement brings together 54 countries. So far, 47 out of 54 have submitted their instrument of ratification. What does that mean? It means that these are state parties. They are ready to trade. And I'll talk about it. And I'm happy to say that most of East African partner states, including Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, United Republic of Tanzania, Burundi, all are well aligned in terms of the trading. The good thing that there's someone interrupting Moses. The good thing Hello, Moses.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, the good thing is that among the eight countries that have been selected to start piloting the CFTA, 3 are coming from East Africa. That's Rwanda, Kenya, and United Republic of Tanzania. I'm also generally come to July this year. Uganda will also join those countries that are under what we call guided trade initiative, meaning that Ugandan producers, exporters in various sectors, as Jane Ebre mentioned, will be able to start exporting their products to different countries. Ghana, some countries have done it, like Rwanda has exported already coffee to Ghana, Kenya, tea and batteries. Tanzania is looking into coffee and marble and spices. So that means that trading under the CFTA, countries have to look at their comparative and competitive advantage. What will Uganda trade in? Generally, in 2019, UNECA did a study and supported Uganda in terms of coming, and that's where I want the youth to draw your attention when you are discussing CFTA. Uganda has a CFTA strategy, and under that strategy, it has already identified the types of goods as well as services that Uganda can trade within Africa. During that study done by UNECA and also the strategy, Uganda is a food basket for the whole continent. Agriculture is one of the sectors that Uganda has demonstrated that it can outcompete most of the countries in terms of export of agriculture products. Then I draw my attention to the youth. Are the youth involved in agriculture? Where are the youth? What are the binding constraints for the youth to engage in that sector, especially the Ugandan youth, which has been identified as a comparative or competitive advantage for this country? Are you engaged in terms of producing those products that are required by your fellow Africans? So that then we look into what inhibits or what hinders the youth. What are those hurdles that hinder the youth in terms of engaging into agriculture? Maybe I start from there because Jen Ebre gave a general overview in terms of what we can do and the aspiration of the Africa we want, which is well articulated or encapsulated under the CFTA. So when do we look into that? And I've been looking it and look at the youth. We talk about 60% of our population at the continental level, even at the Uganda level, are youth. But have we mainstreamed our intervention, including those sectors? Are the youth fully engaged? Are they engaged into negotiations? What are the binding constraints? So I looked at some of the binding constraints that inhibit the youth to engage. One is that there is lack of that trade information. Youth have not been fully involved into negotiation about this agreement. And I'm happy the CFTA Secretariat is fast-tracking the protocol on youth and women. But even before that, as again said, it's not about that protocol, but even another protocol. How have we engaged integrated the youth into the negotiation? So that lack of information, and that is very critical for the Youth Council to drive CFTA by providing regular and updated information on the opportunities that the CFTA provides. And I want to also add and underline what Jane also mentioned. The CFTA is an agreement, it's a framework. And I want to thank our leaders. It's a framework, but that framework is anchored on our what we call regional economic communities. So you must be involved into this EESC matters to you to benefit from the CFTA. And what we have done even at the EESC level, of course, working with the Secretariat, we have an EESC strategy that provides a clear guidelines how to benefit from the continental free trade area. That strategy will be shared, but even at the national level, we have national CFTA strategy. Uganda has one. I'm sure you you have looked at that strategy. Kenya has one, Rwanda has one. All the countries in the EAC have their strategy. It's not all the product that will access the market. It is those products where you have comparative and competitive advantage. So trade-related information is very critical. Two, another binding constraint for the youth is the access to capital, access to patient capital. I've been trying as a CEO of ABC, trying to advocate for a venture capital for the youth to do business, because that is one of the challenges that youth are grappling with, to get patient capital. And I'm happy in Uganda, the MasterCard Foundation is already working with the PSF Uganda in terms of coming up with a program to support those youth who are doing business. So I really encourage the youth who are here to approach PSFU, approach MasterCard, and see that support they are providing to the youth. Because MasterCard is also looking into creating employment of about 10 million youth in Africa. So we are happy in the EAC that the MasterCard already has started with EAC, because we are the most integrated regional communities compared to other communities. So there is that opportunity we can leverage on, but there's also Stanbic Bank has come up with such a product to support the youth. There is also Equity Bank. These are banks that are housed or hosted in Uganda. So when we talk about venture capital fund, Moses, to support your youth, please engage those banks. The third element is the adoption of the digital platform. And that's where we see youth playing a cardinal role, a critical role. So we need to ensure that we support our youth as they move towards a digital innovation, digital creativity, digital products. That's another area that I can see the youth playing a critical role. Finally, in my submission is that we need to build networks at the national level, at the regional level, at the continental level. At the EABC, we are working, we have a program with EAC and with MCTCDC on UREAD. UREAD, this is a platform that brings together all the youth across the continent to share their experience, to share their innovation, to share their ideas, how to take advantage of this continental free trade area. And I think the ball is in our hands, Moses, and all the policymakers are very committed to support the youth engagement, take advantage of the CFTA. So with the 7 minutes given to me, I want to thank you and thank all the supporters of this initiative. And as EABC, we are very committed to support you where you need our support. Thank you very much, Asante Sana, Moses, and the team.
Thank you very much.
Since you're speaking from the perspective of the East African community, to you we say Asante Sana Mheshimiwa, and thank you very much for your time. Just key highlights for me from Mr. Kalisa's submission is that the aspect of competitive and comparative advantage that member states have to take advantage of. And you did highlight ably the aspect of Uganda and agriculture. But of course, we know that even in that particular aspect, we still grapple with things like value addition on our products. Just not so long ago, our maize could not cross the borders of Kenya. You know, so we are still grappling with value addition, and perhaps the government and the stakeholders and all those duty bearers need to take a note of such things that at times hold us back. But otherwise, thank you very much. That was very elaborative. So we are going to move to a panel discussion. But before that, we have to take a keynote address that will then shape the conversation of the panel. And at this point, allow me to invite Mr. Morrison Rakakamba, who is the executive chairman of Uganda Investment Authority, who will speak on the future of intra-African trade, new opportunities for MSMEs and youth through the African Continent Free Trade Area. Mr. Morrison Rakakamba, I know you're online. Please turn on your video, unmute, and then address us.
Yes, hello. Good morning. Can you hear me, Moses? Good morning, Moses. Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you. I'm not sure if others can. So just
Mr.
confirming
Morrison,
that you are
just give us 2 minutes. You know this technology thing. Just give us 2 minutes, we shall be able to have you on.
The technology needs only 2 minutes. That's fine.
Yeah, in the meantime, you can sip that cup of
Yeah,
coffee.
it is. This is Chigezi coffee that we're also taking to DRC.
Yes, Mr. Morrison, you can begin.
Yes, you can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good morning to the youth fraternity. So, on behalf of Uganda Investment Authority for arranging this premium business forum to discuss the continental free trade area. But also allow me to thank the government and the leadership of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the stable political and economic stability of the country. As you know, and I do believe so, that international trade is the bedrock of human progress and transformation. And as you know, by 2019, approximately only 14.4% of official African exports went to other African countries. And comparatively, this is extremely very low. Let's take an example, the intra-Asia trade. Asian countries traded among each other at a level of 52%. And for the European Union, it is at 73%. So really comparatively, and I want to agree with Narunga, I want to agree with my brother in Arusha, Karisa, there is so much work that we need to do as a continent in order to bolster trade among ourselves. Of course, the African Continental Free Trade Area is therefore a breath of fresh air as it became operational on January 1st, 2021. And as you know, it is currently the largest trade area, free trade area in the world. And of course, with robust, integration. And as we deepen that integration, we believe that the benefits are going to be large. As institutions become stronger, we believe that we're going to do better. And of course, working on the interconnecting of infrastructure, which solidifies along and around the continent. Because I do believe very strongly that the challenges for Africa are three, and they are based in, really lack of meaningful integration. We shouldn't be at this point in history talking about visas to access, each other's borders to be able to trade, but this is still happening. So we shouldn't be talking of unharmonized legal regimes that allows us to trade between our mother countries on the continent. This is still happening. So that's when we talk about integration. But how about institutions? Whether in defense and security, whether in the politics, whether in the regional, economic, cooperation institutions, we still have a lot of work to do to bolster these institutions. And to your point, I think, Moses, what is happening South Sudan, sorry, in Sudan now, what is happening in DRC, what is happening in Somalia, shows that, for instance, the African Union needs to do more investment, needs to do more engagement with all these governments to ensure that, you know, without common security, trade definitely cannot be seamless, trade cannot happen. So we have a lot of work to do around institutions, but most also meaningfully is the interconnecting infrastructure. How do we get, for instance, you know, Uganda is investing in roads to at least access the bigger market of Goma, Rushuru, you know, Ituri and all those areas. But Africa is not interconnected. And somebody would tell you that it is cheaper to take a flight first to Brussels and then you connect to West Africa rather than taking a direct flight to West Africa. So we still have those infrastructure problems. Our luminaries, and I think people before, I've talked of, you know, a road from, let's say, Cape Town to Cairo and another one from Mombasa, perhaps to Kinshasa, to kind of try and really connect Africa. I know that there is deepening of mobile phones and internet as part of interconnectivity, but we still have challenges around infrastructure. So those three I's are very important: infrastructure, institutions, and integration. It's going to be very, very, very critical for the intercontinent, for this free trade to happen among the, you know, approximately 1.3 billion people that do grace our continent. And of course, I believe that Eritrea will also join us. Of course, for the young people and the youth who are listening, they may need to note that in the last 12 years, the medium scale and medium enterprises for Uganda have grown from 400,000 to 1.1 million, according to Uganda Bureau of Statistics, which, you know, explaining Uganda's huge potential to harvest what one would call the youth boom, you know, youth dividends. People call it many other names, and therefore accelerate transformative change. And today I wanted to really focus on our core, you know, which is really agriculture, where there are huge opportunities from raising productivity, increasing value addition that would target trade through the African free trade area. And as you know, in 2018, governments that include grain milling, maize processing, livestock, feed production, metal fabrication, clay products, carpentry, bakery, tailoring, soap making, and manufacture of briquettes, fishing, poultry production, arts and crafts, music and drama, beauty, among others. This support enabled local investors to increase production for local and global market. And due to the efforts of the youth, Uganda registered positive contribution in exports of agricultural value addition for the last 5 years. If we take an example of processed food, that is meat, which increased from 50 metric tons to 100,000 metric tons. Fish increased from 15,000 metric tons to 27,000 metric tons. Edible oils and fat increased from 262 metric tons to 40,000 metric tons. But on this, I want to inform the youth of Uganda and beyond that just East African community alone imports edible oils worth $5 billion United States dollars. We are importing that. Here to have Uganda's arable land is, you know, beyond 60%, especially in north and eastern Uganda. Fertile soil is ready for edible oil. So it's a huge opportunity, first of all, for the production, but also value addition that would make, because there is already a local market within the EAC. Grain milling increased from 359 metric tons 100,000 metric tons. Animal feeds increased from 110 metric tons to 75,000 metric tons. So both government and private sector efforts in those processed foods have been directed towards the value addition and quality improvement. But we do still believe at Uganda Investment Authority that there is still so much to be done. But if we look at other investment for youth, that would be quite interesting, where many are. Some were on CNN, you know, yesterday, talking about innovations in creative ICT. So there is huge potential, and most of our young companies are very important. Innovative mobile apps, payment solutions, health apps to support healthcare systems, business solutions, among others. We also have huge opportunities in energy. for instance, cost-saving low-emission energy stoves, garbage recycling facilities made of banana fibers, tree planting, among others. Human capital development. Here we have vocational institutions that build human assets and competencies to build that infrastructure. And like I mentioned, without human capital investing in our education, it's going to be very, very difficult to harness the opportunities provided. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that investing in Uganda remains hugely attractive and profitable and provides significant benefits. I talked about agricultural value addition. And we believe that at UIA, because we've done a number of studies which show average earnings for interest and tax that range between 33 to 35% in key export crops, that is coffee, cotton, cocoa, maize, banana, among others. And as you know, the hectare of coffee plantation yields between 3.4 metric tons and an average price of USD 1,370 metric ton. There is a huge processing opportunity of 1.3 million metric tons that are valued at about 1.8 billion United States dollars per year. Look at hectare of cocoa. We now have some very additional activities for cocoa in our Kasese Industrial Park. This one has potential to generate around 17.3 million metric tons, and an average price of USD 2,175 per metric ton of dried cocoa beans. There is a processing potential of 1.2 million metric tons, valued at 2.6 billion United States dollars. If you look at fish investments, Lake Victoria, Lake Albert provide a huge potential for aquaculture, as you know, and in a space of 649.9 kilometers currently available on 2 lakes, an average of 1.3 metric tons is produced on 18 cubic centimeters under cage farming. So therefore, there is potential production volume of 18.3 million metric tons, valued at 31.8 million United States dollars. And similarly, such an investment in fish farming provides that import substitution, because whereas that is happening, we still import 86,000 metric tons of fish feed, which is valued at 112. So it's not just the fish farming, but also for young people investing in fish feed and finding technologies around that, would bring in around 112 million United States dollars. For soybean, the current production potential is 2.5 metric tons per hectare, and the current price of 556 millions per ton, a processing potential of 290 million per year. Existing soybeans, India remains a huge market for this, and sort of some of these, especially productivity challenges, we are moving up and down looking for investors, in the fertilizer sector, opportunities for fertilizer, especially organic fertilizer, in the country. If I'm to go to beans, I go to milk, I go to maize, I go to cassava, I go to poultry. At Uganda Investment Authority, we have done all these studies that show the potential, and we are willing to support the young people through the one-stop center to register the companies, to have access to incentives. But before I leave, I wanted to specifically highlight some of the key, incentives that are available. But specific for youth, UIA and key stakeholders have equipped young people, especially the women in business, with necessary skills by organizing a number of programs that can be attractive for youth if you engage with our office now based in Kololo. We also collaborate with financial institutions, private and equity venture capital firm, and we link them to companies to have access to affordable financing. This remains a major problem because you're still looking at the interest rate of between 18 to 29% in the country. But there are some funds now where we look at innovative workspaces and incubation centers. We have got very good arrangement within our Nama Industrial Park, where where first of all we're building Namande, but also we're going to be building SME parks, workspaces, and the stage of feasibility, the stage of master planning, and the stage of initial infrastructure development. But we are in concert with groups like URI, which is a research, is an industrial research institute based in Namande that have incubated a number of small businesses that have managed to process products and export. But UIA has various investment opportunities, what we call bankable opportunities for young people, that can be accessed through our website, which is www.uia.go.ug. And UIA continues to hold investment forums where young people and youth are part of the story. And we are also enriched with a competitive tax regime, which the young people and small and big enterprises can benefit from. The 10-year tax holiday for entrepreneurs in the agriculture sector, both commercial and value addition. And when you hear the 10-year tax holiday, what does it mean? For any company to access the 10-year tax holiday, especially these companies that come from abroad, they must be employing 70% of Ugandans, but also 70% of the payroll of those companies must be going to Ugandans through pay as you earn. But also, because we have to look at the payroll, import duty exemptions on plant and machinery. If you are in agriculture, or if you are starting a factory, as you bring in plant and machinery, it's tax-free. We give free rent to entrepreneurs in our controlled industrial parks. There is 100% allowable expenditure on training. What this means, if a company shows evidence that it is training young people, as long when they are submitting their tax returns to the Uganda Revenue Authority, it means they use it in order to train young people. It's deductible, and there is 100% allowable expenditure on research and development, because as we transition and young people are going to lead this to a knowledge-based economy, it means that research and development is going to be extremely very key. So for any company that starts a department that is invested in R&D or research and development, when they are paying taxes, the money they use to invest in research and development, 100% of it is deductible. As we continue to do this, we believe that Uganda should be led by a model which is about, putting people at the center, but also allowing to do businesses that are profitable, but also businesses, that protect the environment or protect the planet, therefore sustainable businesses. Thank you very much. And have great discussions ahead. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, Morrison Rwakamba. The issue with that technology is that Mr. Morris is still speaking even when we cannot hear him anymore. So I think it's an issue of transmission. Yeah, but thank you very much, Mr. Morrison. I am glad that you did highlight on a couple of questions that I think deserve to be answered, which is one regarding Uganda's investment strategy, which many have argued that it is more outward looking than inward looking. But I'm glad that you did mention about the local content bill that you emphasized that, for someone to invest here, they should prove that their employment is about 8% of domestic skilled labor. But also there should be concern regarding what is the quality of employment. Is that 8% being employed to sweep your company offices, or they're being employed at strategic managerial positions? Because I think those two are a bit different. Then also the sunset clauses that levy conditions on these investment companies, to put conditions that they have to meet before they can be granted all those incentives and all those opportunities. But nonetheless, we thank you very much. We cannot delve so much into your address. We shall have time much more later on for a Q&A. For now, we have to move on to the panel discussion. And I can understand that perhaps we are a bit hungry by now, and it's already 11:15. I don't know. Do we have a working tea? Or we can invite the panel, we proceed, then we shall break off in the next 45 minutes. Democracy is here with us. So with the indulgence, should we proceed? Yeah? Okay. I think the yeses have it. Okay. All right. So next is we shall invite a panel to discuss what Mr. Morrison Rakakamba just spoke to us about, but also the precedent speakers earlier on. And this panel discussion shall be around MSME investment scenarios in Africa. How can youth drive sustainable investment models? And let me, without further ado, invite this panel to take up these seats, and I would seek your indulgence that as they come, you give them a round of applause. Oh, Jimmy, are you part of the panel? Oh, okay. All right, friends, let's put our hands together for Grace Namugambe, who is the program officer, financing for development at Siatini, Uganda. Let's be kind enough to give her a round of applause until she takes her seat. Yes, thank you very much. As you will notice, this is a panel of young people. The next panelist is someone who has studied law from across overseas and is a part of the Cambridge Law Review and an international auditor. He's a lawyer by profession, a member of the bar, and that is Ntambi Michael Blair. Mr. Ntambi, please, the podium is right there, because we shall be discussing issues that relate to the legal framework. We need someone who can speak some part of the law. The third panelist is a young man who believes that investment and business is very important, and that he should not do that just within Uganda, but across the continent, and is the chief executive officer of Itemba Agrofresh Exporting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Rukundo is the name. Paul Rukundo, you're most welcome. The fourth panelist is Paul Mapuhumulo, who is the president of Africa 80 Foundation and the managing director of the Business Development Agency, all the way joining us from South Africa, Johannesburg. She will be joining us online, of course, and when our time comes, we shall put her to answer a few questions here and there. Could you please help me with microphones? The technical team, can I have some microphones here? Can we have like 2 more microphones? All right, so as we get the second microphone, we shall just begin right away. Mike Ntambi, could you please get hold of that microphone as I begin with you? So as we attempt to evaluate the investment scenario in Africa, and perhaps from the youth perspective, could you enable us to put some legal context to this background? What is the legal regime? How does it look like? Is it one that encourages free trade, for example? How are the investment policies? Is it one that encourages domestic investment, or it's one that attracts foreign investors at the expense of domestic, growth? So just in your own words, how is the legal regime looking like? But also your broad perspective regarding the investment scenario as it looks currently for youth in Africa.
Thank you so much, Moses. Good morning. My name is Blair, like introduced. Let me just paint a picture for us, I think, using the Ugandan setting. When you want to buy something in Uganda, you go to the market and you can pay for that thing and you get the item, isn't it? At the East African level, we created what is called the free trade area. That is just to duplicate what would happen in the Ugandan setting, whereby you could still have a space where you go and purchase an item. And that free trade area is given legal recognition. So it's called the FTA. With advanced stages, it moves to a customs union. So you leave conversations of just purchase of goods. You get into conversations of revenue. So you want now to harmonize that if I'm in Uganda, am I paying the same taxes as someone who is in Kenya, purchasing the same items and things like that? So when that gets to be achieved, you progress to a common market, which is also a bigger conversation. And as you move forward, you get into conversations of a monetary union. I think that is also something that the EAC has been well looking at. And ultimately, you get into a political federation. I think that's a stage you've not yet reached because of language issues, because of monetary issues, but also because of some political issues. But that is the end goal. It is the same example that illustrates the journey of AfCFTA. Now we look beyond just East Africa. We want to have a conversation as Africa. So what do we do? The AfCFTA, I think in many discussions that I've attended, has come out as a very complex kind of instrument, but it is supposed to be understood in a very simplistic manner. And how simple is it? Is that it should be very easy for you as a business student to extend auditing services or tax advisory to someone who is doing business in Zimbabwe at equitable rates, just like a Zimbabwean would do. And the same can happen across the board. Why? Because of a spirit of Ubuntu. You are because we are. And if you get to achieve that at that level, you have attained the ultimate goal of the African continental free trade area. The continental bit is just because we are a continent, but the focus should be on the FTA. And it gets legal recognition at that level, that states have to sign, states accede that we are going to be bound by this agreement. And when you sign at that level, the signing that happened in Rwanda, you sign at that level, and then you go back to your home countries and you incorporate what has been negotiated at the African level into your local laws. And I think when you listened to, from the speech of Ms. Jen to the speech of Mr. Morris, you heard that the country is taking initiatives to adopt what has been negotiated. An agreement is just a basic negotiation between parties that we want to do this. Are you on board? Would you love to do that in your country too? And I think at that level, we get to agree and domesticate this. It is also supported because an agreement is on the general terms. So you agree on how shall we resolve disputes. You agree on how will the leadership structure be. You'll agree on who sets the rules where. But you want to be very specific on industries that you're targeting, because if you don't, then you lose it. So that's how you have conversations, or for example, the protocol on trade, which also borrows a lot of insights from the GATS, the General Agreement on trade, on trade, and then the GATS on trade and services. So all those are set by the World Trade Organization, because remember, we're not existing in isolation of the other continents which are already doing business. So when you get to that level, you have what we call protocols. So you sign a protocol that this is a specific segment in the agreement that discusses how we shall trade in goods. And I want to presume that students who have a background of business would easily differentiate between goods and services. So you have something to deal with goods that's specific, and it's called a protocol, and it gets legal recognition. You have something that deals with services, and that's just on services. You also get more specific on things such as competition law, on intellectual property, because these are growing industries. So you have a lot of investors coming, and you have a lot of challenges that come with investors, because they come and do the same things that Ugandans can do. So there's a possibility that there could be a monopoly that kicks us all out of business. So how does the protocol deal with that at that level? And I think you've seen it with many supermarkets that have been coming into Uganda, that one supermarket can come and perhaps take over, dominate the market share to the disadvantage of the local supermarkets. We have figured out how to work with that, and it has forced some of them to go out of business. But we need to negotiate that better. If it's negotiated better, we do business better. And And now, when we realize that, how do we get even more specific? We look at the demographics of our countries as Africa. What is the demographic percentile of women? What's the demographic percentile of youth? How do we specifically address these groupings? So you create a protocol on women and youth, and that is what has been negotiated latest. I think the finalization stages should be at the end of June. So when we have that, then we incorporate that in both the local content bill, in our employment bill. I think there's a bill that is being cooked up. But let's say amendment of employment laws. There is a startup bill, which is just specifically addressing the issue of startups. But these are all borrowing ideas from those negotiations. Now, there are issues at that level, at negotiation level, which have already been highlighted. The lack of participation by the major stakeholders, who are the youth, and things such as that. But the legal framework simply operates like that.
Wow, amazing. Thank you very much, Blair. Let me move on to Grace Namugambe. Grace, Siatini does research, I want to believe, around areas to promote pro-development trade, but also issues around fiscal and investment policies. And you do advocacy and research around that area. In your own words, how does the SME investment scenario look like in Africa? And what is the youth perspective exactly?
Thank you. So I think just before I get to your question, it would sort of be good to understand the MSME in terms of when it comes to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, when it comes to DRM, what would that mean? So like has been said earlier, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area would definitely mean that countries in Africa are having a common tariff that is charged on all goods that are manufactured within, or goods that are being imported from the different African countries to other African countries. And that would definitely also cost those who intend to import commodities from outside Africa and intend to trade in those commodities within Africa. So with that perspective, it would then bring me back to the question in terms of the MSMEs, what would it mean? CAFTA, or the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, would definitely mean that MSMEs have a bigger market or access to a bigger market. However, this is only possible if they are manufacturing and trading goods that are made within Africa. And the fact that as a continent having a common external tariff would mean that to some extent we lose out in terms of the revenue that we've previously been collecting. For instance, when it comes to Uganda, Uganda is a member of the EAC region, as a member of COMESA. Like has been said earlier, that we are part of the EAC Common Trade Area and the COMESA. That means that we stand to lose a substantial amount of revenue, about $13.5 million. So that would also, in a way, impact the growth and development of MSMEs. And it would then be critical for government to seek ways of, one, how we can increasingly ensure that despite the fact that we're losing revenue, we are still able to invest in other sectors or productive sectors, I would say, where the MSMEs, where the youth are actually operating, to see to it that they're able to boost production. This could include sectors like agriculture, industry, so that as we are boosting these sectors, it then translates into an increment in domestic revenue, but also an increment in terms of production of the goods that we're then able to put on the market. We know that MSMEs are definitely majority of those who are fast growing in our country. And we know that government has tried to put in place quite a number of mechanisms to ensure that there is growth in the sector. We've seen quite a number of capacity building sessions. We've seen credit facilities coming in place, all to ensure that MSMEs are growing. So how do we ensure that we as youth or who are operating as, or those who are operating as MSMEs are able to access these things that government has put forward? And it also goes back to the aspect of awareness, capacity in terms of knowing about some of these opportunities and seeing to it that the youth are able to to benefit from them. There was also a talk about tax incentives, about the incentives regime that we have in place. It would also definitely be important to see that that regime speaks to the needs of MSMEs, so that we see the incentives working for those within our country and not simply attracting foreign investors who set up locally and often shift the profits. Definitely looking at institutional quality in terms of when it comes to revenue administration, strengthening that, and also looking at the allocation bit that the revenue collected is allocated sufficiently to encourage growth of the sector. And when it comes to MSMEs and how effectively they can operate within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, as going back to the fact that the free trade area is premised on the ESC and the tripartite, seeing to it that there is effective integration when it comes to the ESC, that we have harmonized trade and fiscal regimes, and these would definitely help in terms of boosting MSME growth. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Grace. That has been very elaborate. Paul Rukundo, as I come to you, whereas Blair and Grace speak from a research point of view and all these things, you are a practitioner. You're hands-on. You're dealing with these issues directly. So in your export of these products, what are some of these cross-border issues? But perhaps you could share with us your own testimony. I think we would love more to benefit from your personal experience as you're dealing with these exports and imports. What are the outstanding issues?
Thank you so much, Moses. My name is Paul Rukundo. I am the CEO of Itemba Agrofresh Limited, a born global company that deals in exports of fresh agricultural products. The idea of exporting was hatched actually from MOOBS here, because I was doing my master's in international business. And it's where I developed the idea of joining the sector and see whether we can move things. So just like Chidega said, for me, from the experience that I've had in exporting these agricultural products, I think there are so many challenges that we face as people are exporting, but in connecting it with AfCFTA, for me, I think what is important is the market. This trade area brings us 54 countries with a population of 1.3 billion. So for me, as a trader, as an exporter, what is important is the market, which are the people, because they are the consumers of what we export. So how do we now utilize this population to make money? Because for us, strictly, it's about maximizing profits and making money. So for me, my focus is on how do I now make these 1.3 billion people consume my products. So now, that is in place. We were arguing recently that in Kenya, in the EAC, there is a standard gauge railway that is already, crossing from Kenya. But here in Uganda, we are still compensating people who are on that land that the rail is going to pass. So the moment you delay those trade facilitators, then you are hurting the economy because we are unable to transport our produce to Kenya. We are charged highly because the mode of transport we use is expensive. So talk of the airlines that we have. I think recently when Uganda Airlines started, they actually subsidized the rates and gave us at favorable rates for us to be able to export to UAE. But Uganda Airlines only has, it does the route of UAE. You rarely find cargo aircrafts for Uganda Airlines crossing to Europe and those bigger markets. And the Siatini, Ed also talked about it. You find that for you to take produce to either Ghana, they have to go to Brussels and then come back to Ghana, which is also a very big challenge for us who are into this business of exporting. Then also another issue is the challenge of financing, because I was lucky that I started this company. I didn't have any, money. I know I am not a motivational speaker, so that I started this company with no money. But I was lucky a bit that the first client I negotiated for 100% initial payment, so that when he sent money, I was using his money with already profit made. So that's how I was lucky to start. And anyone else may not be like how I was, but this is a business that requires a lot of money, because when you look at the costs of the freight costs, they're very expensive. An avocado you can easily get, but freight to Dubai, freight to UK, you are charged around $2 per kg, per kilogram of avocado. So you find that at the end of the day, you have an order that you cannot facilitate financial as a young person because you don't have the money. So for me, what I'm actually calling for is also to see how best can we really finance some of these existing youth-owned companies to carry out this particular trade. There is also issue of risk management, because how we get these people, Sometimes I just make a flyer, go on my Twitter account, I post that I am an exporter of ABCD. Then online there, I get a client, we start negotiations. You have never met physically, you are just meeting online, but you are trying to crack a deal. Then in the process, when it comes to the payment terms, that's what now the challenge is. You are negotiating for 100%. You have never met, someone is maybe thinking that when he sends you money, you won't send the product. And you're also thinking that when you send the product, he won't send the money. So at the end of the day, you find that you are in a stalemate. You're not cracking a deal because of fearing those risks of losing out. Because these are, big investments. So at the end of the day, what I'm also calling for is that you find that we have, these embassies, these, trade attaches in these different countries. So what are they doing there? Why can't they really, if there's a company in Ghana, is a company in Cameroon that is interested in our products, if we have a commercial attaché in that particular country, why can't those companies approach those embassies so that we have safety of our money and they have also safety of the products that we are going to send? So those are some of the issues that we face during the process of executing this trade. But nevertheless, we shall really not relent. We shall continue pushing to make sure that really we benefit from this trade, because at the end of the day, we do not have any other option. I tell you, you will leave MOOBS after graduating, but you will somehow come back to some of the things that we are in. So you better start as early as possible so that by the time you join the market, you're ready, ready for what is outside there. Thank you.
Wow. This panel is really very amazing. I don't know if Paula has joined us online. She's joining us from
South
Africa. But I think for the interest of time, if the technical team is not ready, then we shall proceed with the physical process here. Hey, it has even gone off. Okay. Let me come back to you, Blair and Tambi. Blair, if you're to look at the African Continental Free Trade Area, and in the literal sense of it, it could be seen as sort of an international law document. And I think you did hint on it earlier on that, the whole ratification process and how do these sovereign member states ratify some of these documents. But also, is there compellability that if you ratify a document, you agree that, okay, we shall open our borders for goods as long as they're coming from a member state? Is there compellability? Are there punitive measures if a member state does not comply, or it is left at the mercies and whims of these sovereign states? So the aspect of the legal enforceability of these very good documents, how is it looking like?
Thank you, Moses. I think that's a very good question.
Yes, it is.
Because it challenges the core tenet of enforceability of international law principles, and the challenge is too broad that it just can't be only specific to the AfCFTA. International law largely operates on the principle of acting in good faith. There's a Latin phrase for it, I think, Sacta Pan Servanda. But this is always a challenge because in most instances, participating nations are still at competition with each other, either unilaterally or laterally. Sometimes they get to be agreeable to others and sometimes not agreeable to the majority. I think that's also why you realize that trade could be swifter between Uganda and Kenya, but may not be as swift between Uganda and Rwanda, because other intervening factors also play a role. So international law sometimes gets limited at that level, and that's where acting in good faith comes in. That's where heads of state come in. That's why the African Union's biggest decision-making body is the Assembly, and is supposed to sit the heads of state down and make sure they have an agreement on ensuring that they're on the same page all the time. Because beyond that, there is very little that can be done that is progressive. There are measures that sometimes have been adopted. There's when you can block trade routes, but as you can imagine, there are always negative impacts of that. So why the AfCFTA promises to be a very successful initiative is because of the principle of Ubuntu. And there's been a lot of research. I think there's research by Tralac Trade Law Center. It's based in Stellenbosch. That has studied why the AfCFTA should not be negotiated with a spirit of MFNs or appreciating principles of a World Trade Organization or any of those international legal instruments, but basically the spirit of Ubuntu. Why? Because as Africa, we've walked more like the same journey as states. Most of our problems are pretty much the same. Most of our challenges are not related to trade. Most of our challenges are related to issues such as security, governance, and things like that. However, we agree on most of our positions when it comes to the economic sense of things. And that's why we believe that the AfCFTA could promise to do something. In the event that it fails, I think it has also set a fallback position, which are the building blocks. And the building blocks have also promised to be very successful as initiatives. One of the building blocks is the regional, the RECs, the Regional Economic Communities. East African Community is one of them. And I think it's progressing very, very well. I think ECOWAS is also doing an amazing job in West Africa. I think it recently partnered with, there's an organization in Central Africa, it's called OHADA. It's the organization that harmonizes business laws all around Central Africa. And the DRC is part of that, Algeria, and many other countries that may not necessarily identify as fully Central Africa, but they have gone a notch higher to establish a few penalties. They have also gone a notch higher to negotiate arbitrations at that level. So they have domesticated and given away a degree of power to these RECs, that in the event that I don't fulfill my part of a bargain, I can be taken to an arbitration tribunal, and if a penalty is imposed, which in most cases is going to be financial, I'll have to pay. But this is also, in a sense, affecting businesses internally. So that's why I started by saying this is quite complex, because when you penalize a state, it's not just paying the penalty, it's pretty much everyone, because most of this money is coming from a consolidated fund, which would be going to trade enhancers like infrastructure development, or even funding R&D in how you invest in startups. But now if you have to pay such a loan, you can imagine what would happen. If I would just give you a quick example, I think Uganda had, if you could remember the handshake, the tallow oil handshake that happened a number of years ago, if you just could imagine what would have happened if it went the other way around. It was an arbitration in London over the operations of tallow oil, and the court, we could say, we fortunately held that Uganda was the one supposed to be paid all that money from that arbitration. But if we were supposed to be paying tallow oil on the other side, you would see what kind of dent that would do on the state, since we agreed to be part of that arbitral process. So arbitration is still also with its own limitations. But like I said, the spirit of Ubuntu is something that has been studied, and it is something that we believe falls within the principle of acting in good faith and could yield some results.
Well, thank you. Ubuntu, I am because we are. Grace, let me come to you on the aspect of financing for development. You look at, for example, our debt burden as a country, as a continent, it's overwhelming to the extent that in Uganda, for example, government has domestic arrears. Government borrows from, domestic commercial banks. So then what that means is that, it is obvious that commercial banks will lend money much more easily to government because of security and things like that. But the implication on the access to financing and the access to soft credit that implies on investors like Rukundo here. So let's speak about the aspect of access to credit and perhaps soft credit for potential investors, but also how can Africa finance its own development? How can we move away from the IMF? How can we get away from the World Bank? Where does this conversation leave, for example, African Development Bank? Is it meeting its set out objectives? And what are the issues therein? So the aspect of financing development, what are the loopholes?
Okay, so when it comes to financing and looking at the aspect that you talked about, looking at the aspect that you talked about of domestic borrowing, and one thing that we've often demanded as civil society, as Siatini, is that government needs to urgently address especially the issue of domestic borrowing, because we all know that it definitely crowds out the private sector, like you said. So it makes their access to credit very difficult. And while we say that we're not necessarily against debt, the utilization in terms of how it is utilized is very critical. We need to use the money that we borrow to ensure that as a country we are advancing, that if we invest in the productive sectors, then we are able to collect revenue and pay back the debt. In terms of financing for development, we definitely see that there are quite a lot of leakages when it comes to revenue. There is a lot of illicit financial flows. This often results due to tax avoidance, tax evasion, when people don't want corruption, and that also erodes the revenue base, so we can't collect as much. But it's then important to also use the little that we're able to collect. How do we use it effectively? So when it comes to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, for example, how do we use the little revenue that we collect to see that we benefit as a country and that we are boosting production? In terms of allocation, it's also important to look at some of the institutions that are charged with promoting trade. Looking at the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, that Paul also talked about standards in terms of how we ensure that as a country or as producers, that the standards are up to the required level. So we see that UNBS receives very little funding in terms of being able to fulfill its mandate of promoting standards. And that would also look at it in terms of how they're able to create awareness around the standards that are needed in the international market, looking at them also verifying the standards of the goods that are available or that we intend to import. So it's very critical in terms of financing that is looked into. When it comes to the Ministry of Trade, looking at the budget as well that is allocated, Jen had earlier talked about the need when it comes to negotiating, especially on the market in terms of how our goods are getting in, but also the agreements that we are putting forward. How experienced or how looking at the level of expertise of the negotiators, how is government investing in that? But also looking at the number of people who we have going to negotiate on our behalf, you'll see that the more developed countries have a bigger number of people negotiating than Uganda. So in certain instances, you'll see that negotiators from other countries, the stronger countries like Europe, are actually able to take a rest and come back fresh for a new round of negotiations. But Uganda, you still have a small group of people taking on the negotiations. So it's definitely very critical for government to invest in these institutions, but also looking at how we negotiate. We've spoken about the fact that as ESC, we are already a trading bloc. We have a common external tariff. How do we make sure that this is the tariff, or these are the tariffs that are adopted across the continent, to ensure that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is actually in our favor, to ensure that we're not losing out in terms of revenue? So it's very critical that we negotiate as a bloc, and that would also ensure that our position as ESC is adopted, and that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is working for us. So that way we minimize revenue losses and eventually boost, we're able to boost production and boost revenue collection.
Well, thank you very much. We shall have one more round of questions and then take our short break. Paul Rukundo, two things for me is that we cannot discuss trade in isolation. Trade is part of the entire ecosystem that involves political security and things like that. So as we discuss trade beyond borders, what is your perspective regarding, and I had asked this earlier on, and I think it's very important that perhaps you help us draw some more light into it, is that the aspect of security that is, that Africa is grappling with. Is that, Rukundo, even if you have your fresh avocado and things like that, it cannot go to Sudan if right now Sudan is having the crisis it is having, it cannot go if Al-Shabaab is making Somalia ungovernable. It cannot go to DRC if you have the ADF there. So how prepared is Africa, both at institutional level, but also at continental level, to deal with the aspect that it's grappling with? Security, these military coups, this transnational terrorism. So the aspect of security, that's one. Two, value addition. The products that you export, what is their value, for example? But also, is the government playing a sufficient role to ensure that, setting of quality and standards and things like that? So value addition.
Thank you so much, Moses. I will start with the value addition. The reason being, it also feeds into what we are discussing about, the AfCFTA. You see, these economies that are coming together to trade, these are homogeneous economies, which are agricultural economies. We are basically all dealing into agricultural products. So if I produce an avocado, and my brother in Kenya also produces an avocado, who will sell the other? Because we're all producing the same product. So where the opportunity is if you produce your avocado as a Ugandan, how have you transformed that avocado into another product so that you can attract more money to that particular avocado, to that particular new product that came out of avocado? And I think this is an area that we need to, put in much emphasis and make sure that we add value to some of these products. For me, actually, value addition, sometimes we also claim that we add value to these avocados, because when we harvest them from the garden, we clean them. So that's value addition as well. We clean them, we sort them, and pick the best, which we actually export and have the rejects supplied in the local market. So we feed our people what is rejected in the international markets. But I think I will agree that for us to benefit from this trade, we need to add value. I'll give an example. In Ghana, they are producers of cocoa. So, and their cocoa, they were exporting it to Europe, mainly Netherlands, as raw cocoa. Then they make chocolate and return the chocolate back to Ghana, and they sell chocolate to Ghanaians expensively. Yet the cocoa is produced within Ghana itself. The same thing with our coffee. We produce here coffee, we export it raw, we export the beans, they crush the beans from there, then they bring back the flour of the beans that we exported, and they sell to us that coffee expensively. So the next stage from where we are, it is actually the debate that we are discussing internally. All people are into exports of agricultural products to see how best can we add value to these products. Some are already doing it, but for me, I haven't started because I still need to, gather a lot of, investment in terms of machinery, in terms of capital, so that I can also add value in some of these products. But it is a good thing, and I think it should be the way we should take if we are to think of making more money out of what we produce, and if we are thinking of trading, of increasing our intra-trade, the African intra-trade, we need to really add value so that whatever we export to Ghana, to Cameroon, to Nigeria, is not a raw avocado, is not really the avocado that they're also producing. It is another product that is coming out of avocado. Then on the issue of security, you see, trade, you cannot do trade in a war zone area. It cannot happen. You cannot do trade in a war zone area. And that's why I really think that as Africans, we need to be honest with ourselves. We can't think of these new progressive ideas of trading with each other, yet the political question is not yet sorted. If we cannot sort the political question, then the economic question won't be answered, because those two are intertwined. If the politics are not stable, then the economics also can't be stable, because they service each other. If you have a stable country, then that means you're able to trade, you are able to attract investment, and you're able to, attract in foreign exchange. So that's why we are not exporting to African countries sometimes, because one of the challenges we have also issues to do with security, but the markets are there. Like, for example, I wouldn't be exporting things to Dubai. I wouldn't be exporting things because there is already a market in Congo. It actually borders where I come from, but can you move things there? You cannot, because there is a war going on. But the market is there. It is ready. It is actually even more profitable, because now I'll be using trucks. I don't have to incur costs of aircrafts and all that. So we need to first sort the political question. We make our economies stable in terms of security, so that we can be able to trade. Because another challenge we are getting is that, you see, those Western countries, they're actually closing off their markets. Very soon we shall not be able to access some of those markets. They will only open when they need, not that they will open because we want to send their products, because every day, every now and then they come up with new, standards. For example, they talk of the gaps, the good agricultural practices, because for you to access that, like recently I was having an order of products to UK. So the client asked me to send the certificate of gaps. Those are good agricultural practices. For me as a company to get that certificate, I need to invest in like 20 millions to access that certificate. Surprisingly, there is another certificate which is organic. On my branding, I used to say that I am selling Ugandan organic products. But surprisingly, I was almost taken to court that organic is a certificate, is a certification. You don't just say that your products are organic. You must have proof. I think my brother knows that much better. But for me, I thought, actually, what is more annoying is that the products, say in Uganda, are grown organically. But for them to be called organic, you have to get a certificate to show that they're organic. Yet those who are growing GMOs have the certificates of organic, and they are selling their products. So you find that the developed countries are closing in their markets. They only allow when they are in need. If they have deficit in supply of avocado, then they relax the laws, and they allow some avocados to enter from Africa. Then when they feel that they have enough, they close the markets with those new standards and all that. So you realize that if Africa, we don't also have a way of trading with each other by improving our connectivity, by working on security issues, then we may not really we shall have the AfCFTA on paper, but in practice, you may find that it would be hard for us to really break the barriers and make sure that we trade with each other. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is fast spent. We are due for a short commercial break, and I would invite you to give us your parting shots in just 1 minute. Oh, okay, 1.5. Blair, beginning with you, just your last words regarding this.
Moses, I have strong belief in the AfCFTA. I believe there's some more work to do locally. From what my brother here shared, I think there is a big necessity for us to grow our capacity in special economic zones. If we could borrow the example of, for example, what Dubai is doing as a special economic zone, that would identify areas where they have strengths, if it is tourism, and they massively invest in that, and then they try to grow that beyond any other industries that could be existent. We could have a fast way of tracking our progress. I think DRC is actually also doing that. It has Lubumbashi as a special economic zone, which ideally just trades in copper alone. And I think it has a very good trade route. And I'm very sure they have an arrangement with Elon Musk. And some of those things bring in a lot of revenue that sometimes is clouded by the security issues that you mentioned about. And that's why also security is a big deal to discuss. Zambia is another country that you could borrow from. I think Livingstone and its story with gold and diamond. I think those are countries, I think even Egypt, they choose what the strength is, and the country decides that in that area we shall invest in that for you to become a market leader. And incidentally, I think Uganda is also moving towards that trajectory. I have a beautiful book here. Uganda has an ICT national framework. There's a roadmap. There was a big discussion, a workshop last week by the Ministry of ICT. And it was to many people's surprise that we already have a collection of every place you can find funding. And it is just in one book. And in just this singular book, it's called The Entrepreneur's Guide to Investment in Uganda. So it advises you on how and where you can get funding, which people in Uganda can give you, can be your angel investors, because we have so many young people in entrepreneurship, innovation. There's an innovation village here, but we don't get to close that gap between the R&D and people who are in practice. So the people who are in practice, the innovator may never know that there is someone called an angel investor who's willing to take a chance with you, with your idea, because you want to create something like Safe Border. And I work for a law firm which has a regional reach, KT Advocates. And what we've tried to do is to ensure that we advise entrepreneurs, innovators, and we design them to be ready for such investment. We've done some work with innovators who have started from ground zero, and they've been able to get mezzanine funds, which people are worried about, don't know about, but it's free money that is existent for you as young people. And I think if we don't bring these opportunities to young people, they go without knowing where they can run to when they have an idea. So all of these things are deeply rooted into the objectives of the AfCFTA. And I would just encourage, if young people in the audience are in innovation or know innovators, if they can go online and try to look up the Entrepreneur's Guide to Investment in Uganda and see which people are out there, even Ugandan capital funds or PEs trying to power money into the economy, and you could tap into that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace, in 1 minute, perhaps you could also enlighten us how AfCFTA will affect domestic resource mobilization. In 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I think I'll base my parting shots on the theme for today. The Youth Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So I think my key takeaway or my key parting shot is the fact that as the youth, we need to recognize that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is a very, very, very big opportunity for us, especially in terms of addressing some of the challenges of the youth, like youth unemployment. So it's important to note that this is only possible if the youth are able to take this up in terms of their participation. So the National Youth Council definitely has a very, very big role in terms of mobilizing the youth to understand the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, to understand the opportunities therein, to understand the challenges and have the youth front their voices in terms of addressing these challenges. As a country, it's definitely very critical for us to look at our cooperative advantage and focus our efforts there largely in terms of building the capacity of the youth to effectively engage. And when it comes to DRM, how government is able to allocate the resources that we collect, despite the fact that we would lose out from some of the import duties as a result of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, how government is able to allocate the remaining resources to ensure that there is production, to ensure that the youth are actually engaging in the process and benefiting is very critical. So utilizing our resources and ensuring that they are effective is very important.
All right, thank you. Paul Rukundo, you have the last words.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Moses. My last words are maybe to also agree with my colleagues that this AfCFTA is a good opportunity for us as young people, but it is only good when you have what to put on the market. It is not only good for you if you are really not participating. So the whole point is let's participate. Let's really get engaged. Let's get involved. We may not really get involved at all levels or at policy level and all that, but if they say that they have opened the market there, you think of what sell there. So if we are saying that there is a market, there is an African market that is trying to, converge. So you start thinking of how do I get into this market? What product should I put into this market? Or how do I get involved? So that, for me, that is very important because we may not really sort of all the hurdles that we are facing because I don't think we have the capacity to go to Congo and tell them to stop the war. We may not have that capacity. But what we have is that we can mobilize some beans to sell to Congo. So that is very clear for us. So as young people, let's really participate in this trade. Then as we move forward, we shall also have a voice in terms of influencing policies, in terms of making sure that this works for us as young people. So with those few words, I'm also really very happy to be back to MOBS, and hopefully I will also be back as another person in this place because there is something I'm cooking. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. What a way to bring this panel discussion to an end. And I want to thank you immensely. Council Blair, our senior finance analyst, Grace, and of course, our exporter and investor, Paul Rukundo. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to these two gentlemen and able ladies. So we are due for a short commercial break and we shall use strictly 15 minutes. The service team is going to be efficient as much as possible to serve you in the shortest time possible. So just make your way out here and have yourself a bite, but we shall have a working tea. So just get your tea and come back inside here and we shall be able to resume right away. Otherwise, we are streaming live on YouTube. So for those of you, if you have friends who can't make it here, ask them to join us live on YouTube. We are streaming live. And yeah, otherwise, thank you. Let's take a short commercial break, only 15 minutes. We should be here by 12:30 sharp. So Emma, make sure that the service providers are efficient as possible. Make your tea and, sorry, get your tea.
the vision of Youth Connect. So the vision of Youth Connect is to ensure that there is socioeconomic transformation of young people on the African continent. And why are we having Youth Connect? Because we have a lot to do with unemployment on the African continent. The population is increasing, so many youth are coming up, but the jobs are not there for young people. So Youth Connect is here to connect young people to opportunities, to connect young people to investors, to connect young people to jobs, like the graduates now, the young graduates who are completing, how can they be connected to jobs, to connect young people to markets. For example, I think 2 months back, we took some young entrepreneurs to South Africa with the president to go and showcase some of their innovations. And I know that some of them have now opened up already shops in South Africa. Yeah, so then we have also the Youth Connect Summits. The last Youth Connect Summit was in Rwanda, and the next one is going to be in Nairobi. So we take young people to go and exhibit, to go and showcase some of their products. And because the different African countries are always there, so you can be able to interact with the different players in the market. Then we are also working as the Ministry of Gender. We are working with the private sector foundation and other key players in the youth space to come up with a web portal for young people. So this web portal is going to be a lively portal which you can easily access. For example, the young people who are looking for jobs, you have just graduated. We want to ensure that you can always access internship programs. And the internship programs I'm talking about are the postgraduate internship programs that are paid. So the different internship programs in international organizations, companies, you will always find them there. Then the volunteer programs in different organizations. Then also opportunities, for example, investors. Where do you find investors? Someone was talking about angel investors. So we want to make sure that all these different opportunities can be accessed using that platform. That platform will be free. And we are going to design it in a way that you open there an account as a youth. So when you open there an account, once we post there anything, you quickly get the message, either on your email or on your phone, to tell you that either maybe in this organization, let me say World Food Program, they are looking for interns, or maybe UNDP Global is looking for graduates. Like some of the organizations like UN have graduate programs where you can go and work in Cameroon, in South Africa, and you start your career from there. Then also things to do with the financial institutions that give money to young entrepreneurs. Then also organizations that have job opportunities that you can compete for. Because young people complete school, but they don't know that these opportunities exist. You get my point? They don't know that these opportunities exist. So Youth Connect is here. We haven't started rolling out the program, but we plan to start, and we are going to begin mainly in universities. We're going to begin, we are already in touch with the guild presidents of different universities, and so we'll be coming out there to come and speak to you about Youth Connect and the different objectives of Youth Connect and how young people can be economically empowered using the Youth Connect model. Yeah, so with those few remarks, I know that I'm still here. If you have any questions, you can come to me and you ask me, then I can be able to share more about Youth Connect. But you should just know that Youth Connect is a government program that is hosted at the Ministry of Gender and currently being supported by the United Nations Development Program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert. I think a second round of applause to him. Thank you very much for giving us insights regarding Youth Connects and the work you're doing in terms of supporting youth initiatives. We really appreciate. So I'm about to invite Dr. Fred Muhumuza, who is a senior development economist, as well as a senior lecturer at Makerere University. And that is Makerere University Business School, as well as Makerere University main campus. His presentation is being put up, and we should be able to have it displayed on the PowerPoint, and then he should be able to take us through the keynote address on from the policy talk to the marketplace, the hopeful impact of the African Continental Free Trade Area protocols on cross-border youth businesses. And then, of course, that keynote shall then inform our panel discussion. So the technical team, I think we need to put off the lights, just for purposes of clear vision. We shall need the lights off. And the technical team, we hope that you are getting the slides up, because we should be able to start in the next 2 minutes, really. Otherwise, I also welcome you back from the break. It was a short, but we believe you're back much more energized and ready for this second phase of the conversation. All right, the PowerPoint is being displayed. There's too much light. Could you lower it down? Because I think the windows up are oozing in so much light. So if you could lower down the projector a bit, Emma, so that the PowerPoint is being displayed at a much more lower level, unless we can see. All right, Doctor. Let me take this opportunity to officially welcome you, and with a round of applause, please, I request that you give Dr. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let me greet you before the good morning. I was rounding off to the nearest whole hour, which would go, I think. It's really a pleasure to be here to discuss the realities, and I really enjoyed the framing of the topic from policy to marketplace. Quite often we do a lot of policy talk, and we fail to get into the marketplace. I had a conversation here of when you say it's organic, you don't just claim it's organic, it has got to be certified organic. And the certifiers of organic don't just say because you didn't use this chemical and that chemical, they go through a process, which process can take time, which process costs money. So really the walk into the marketplaces can be very, very difficult. And as they say, it is easier said than done. And the discussion I really want to share with you briefly is about the data that is coming out of historical performance of Uganda, and maybe that will inform us on how we have not been able to enter the markets we quite often talk about, and then we'll see that. But I want to just highlight a few things on the protocols, because that's also part of the topic. Mainly the protocols have been three: the trade in goods, there's one trade in services, and then there's one on dispute resolution. All of them are very, very complicated. If you went to Congo and you are cheated, where do you go for arbitration, to have a dispute resolved. How long would that dispute last? We already have serious dispute resolutions in Uganda of trade cases. I sit on the board of a bank. I don't want to tell you, else I bias you to join my bank, which would be against good practices. But we have so many cases that are stuck in banks and they have not been resolved. People who came and borrowed our money, we lent them, they have not paid. We have gone to court to enforce. They have gone to the same courts and got injunctions, and we are now running into 3, 4, 5 years. Remember, the guy is still having our 10 billion for 5 years, which 10 billion did not belong to the bank, it belonged to the depositors. But you can't go back and tell the depositors your money is with so and so. Now, dispute resolution is a major, major challenge that a number of banks don't want to lend anybody. You are aware of Harm Case Tower? With the DTB bank, where you say you are not supposed to have lent the money, then why did you borrow? So dispute resolutions are very, very dicey in these places that banks are beginning to run away from lending to investors, lending to traders, because the courts are taking too long and the courts are playing games that part of it. Leave alone if you come in as a youth to borrow. We look at you all as very skilled species. We don't want to touch. Because when you borrow, you don't come back. I have had friends who say, send me mobile money and they will send on their phone. Why did you send on that one? The loan. You didn't intend to pay that loan. Okay, thank me for paying your loan. Now you can proceed with your life. How can anybody deal with such species? Those are dynamics in terms of the protocols that we're trying to struggle with. Let's move to the next slide. So that's been my first slide here. I hope you take the notes. Now, on that slide, I'm putting up what's the direction of Uganda's exports in millions of dollars, and I have had total for the last 15 years. So that I remove any volatility of this was a year of COVID, this was a year of elections, this year is rain, this year I don't know what happened. 15 years trying to give us a total of an average. So you can see you're talking about where Uganda been sending its exports. European Union, the Middle East, and COMESA are the areas to talk about. That's our beginning point, and you can see the totals are there, the figures are on top of those bars. So the analysis very interesting to say what is the reality of the ground, even before you begin your writing a policy. What is the market like? What is about from what you talk into the market? And when you work with the market, what do you find? Uganda's biggest trading areas are European Union, Middle East, and commerce. The rest, you can have a conversation. Working with your basket of avocados, it's okay. But doesn't add up to anything for me to trigger a policy discussion. Next slide. Now we're going to zoom into each of those. When I zoom into what are we selling to the EU? You saw the EU was number 2. But within the EU, who really should I be looking? The Netherlands, it is Italy, Belgium, Germany, and maybe Sweden. Not even the United Kingdom that everybody knows. We check we have some bananas for Ugandans who live there. But that's not a market I want to have this biggest life thinking over. If after 15 years, how much have we sent to England? Very insignificant amounts, about $400 million. Over 15 years. Divide that by 15, you already talked about $25 to $40 million. Maybe significant, but for colonial reasons. So I want to walk in and see what is that material in the Netherlands. So that's the bigger element. That's where opportunity can happen. What is it that we're taking? Ghana has a lot of coffee that they buy from us and Germany. Germany, by the way, is the largest world exporter of coffee. They grow no coffee, but if you want to Google who is the world's largest exporter of coffee, it's Germany. So what kind of conversation do I want to have? How will that involve it? If something that you are brought to the and we have no knowledge of coffee. So evidently bring that Mola place for Germany. Because at least we have some business fail and the largest exporter of. If you want to talk with those who have some knowledge,
as I'll share with you later on. So you want to open each of those countries and say, what are we saying to these countries? Do the youth have opportunities? And I will again speak to too much focus on the youth is not helpful. There are things you cannot do as youth in isolation if the entire movement is not going. You are not going to go, as I've said, and borrow money from Baroda or borrow money from Citibank. Some of you don't even know where Citibank is. But if somebody who helps you to buy your boats or to give them an opportunity to gather and sell to them, goes to something, then you will bankroll, you don't need to know the bank. So we need to become entire value chains. And how we can ensure that these value chains serve the youth into them. But the value chain drivers are certainly not the least. And quite often we don't focus on those value chain drivers. And yet we need to empower them in order for them to increase the speed and then suck in a number of us. Next, the Middle East. As I've said, the Middle East is mainly United Arab Emirates. You have to strain to find Israel there, and in a small scale. But as we said, the bulk of that what's going to the Middle East is mainly gold, and which gold is not Uganda. 90% of our gold comes in from the region. DRC, South Sudan, even as far as Malawi, Central African Republic, a little bit of it from the other countries. But Uganda has its own gold. So we can't actually use to mine our own gold and we can't that. Now, you'll be opening opportunities for the youth. Because the youth can participate in the local mining industry. Not that you go down the mine, that's not your space, but you can actually provide a service and make that gold mining. As you, then you'll be participating in the trade in that particular area. But also trying to find shaft mining. Gold is a very heavy metal, one of the heaviest metal. So the real gold is 1 kilometer underground.
That's right.
2 kilometers underground. That's why you hear conversation with a gold mine collapse, and they are trying to get people out of the collapsed mine who are literally kilometers underneath. Now, our fellow scavengers, the ones in Bukuya, the ones in Michiana, they are really in shallow mines, pits, and the moment they run short of water. So they stop them. But what they are, what Baganda called Bioya, that's not gold. It's just gold space. Where the gold was sinking, those are the small space that are there behind. The real gold is 0.5 kilometer, 2 kilometers. That one requires a heavy big investor who will come and wheel and go down there. People will go their oxygen canisters, they will go with light, they will have lifts that go down kilometers, and then you begin to drive the gold industry. And with the dollar under threat, gold is going to be a winner. Now you want to open up those opportunities. To say, shouldn't only be the Middle East, we can sell gold in here. And by opening up that gold industry, right now it is a $2.2 million industry, $2.2 billion of exports. Gold is answerable for 45-43% of our exports. And this, remember, is transport. So the bulk of it still goes back to the owner of the gold. But this is an industry we can build up and beef up our exports to 10 billion, 5 times more than what we expect to pay. The whole conversation is the point. Now, when we open up this opportunity to pay government debt, we improve the roads, we increase opportunities for the youth. Right now, between me and you, we are unable to yet leave alone secure the opportunities for the growing number of youth because of budget problems. Our budget is so heavily constrained. No matter how hard our neighbor here, you are a worker, you are not going to find the money levels that will secure, leave alone create that opportunities. Now we have to resolve those things even before we look at the Africa pre-continental vision, which is a nightmare that may come in later. Let's move into Asia. Next slide. I'm trying to give you this so that you remember the picture. Where are we saying to Asia? You can see it is India, it is China, and Hong Kong. You can go back of Uganda, you say, that's what are we saying this time? And then you want to look at those opportunities. I will tell you why I'm not so excited about saying Africa. We are poor. You want to sell to rich guys. Who will give you a good price for your product? A pineapple is 1,000 shillings in Kampala. So what is the price of a pineapple? It's 400. It takes 18 months to grow a pineapple. A bunch of matoke, it takes 2 years to grow, and it is 3,000. Why don't you take things that we are the guy that will put more money? That's why our markets are being targeted by foreign. How much bigger is pay for headsets? And how many times did you buy a headset today? They're saying you pay, but every time you need them, you pay some $2. So these guys, if they say $1 billion headsets, that's $2 billion of those cheap things that you carry in your pockets and they don't last. So you need to understand global trade and say, who are the real traders? They're not going to be your Indian Africa. So in India, in Asia, you want to look at India, you want to look at China, Singapore, and Hong Kong. What is it that we are saying? I give you that assignment. So those are areas where you can leverage as a youth and say, how do I join these winning teams? You need to join the winning teams already being run by the bigger entities. In the future, you will be able to leverage some opportunities for yourself. But for a start, you want to start with the winning teams. Next slide bring us now back to Africa. Africa was basically COMESA.
Next slide. Yeah.
And who is in COMESA? I've said all the COMESA countries on the right-hand side. So you can see majority of them do not even add anything to us. So even as we say COMESA, leave alone Africa. Within COMESA, I have just a bunch of few countries to talk about. Remember, this is data for the last 15 years. So it's not about to change for the next, because that's the trend. So no matter how much you wish to change, the countries you really want to be talking to in terms of trade is Kenya. Number one. Number two, the DRC. Number three, South Sudan. And then Sudan, which is right now, we are hoping they will resolve this. I don't see them resolve their part of the issue. But that's another country you'll be talking to. The other country we want to talk to is Rwanda. There was a birthday party the other day. So we want to see more of those conversations. I don't know when there is a birthday, it means traders are now. Because if the politics generals are talking, who stops you riding a bicycle of pineapples into one and say, pushing a wheelbarrow of age and you sell there. You are the youth, that's how you're going to begin. You're not about to break a semi-trailer into one. That's going to come. But you can bring 7 wheelbarrows and add that semi-trailer of the other trailer. So when he sells his 7 tons, half the ton was from you. Those are the leverages we are talking about. And that's why I'm saying Uganda's policy speaks of the youth as if they are there, and then the non-youth are there. Failures of the non-youth will fail in Africa. Because for you to begin, you leverage those other guys. Have you seen those guys in skating shoes? That is how you write it where you get almost free of charge. How much are skating shoes? 70,000. But you're going to get to where you're getting at that cost of 70K by holding or to a truck. You see those guys. So where is that truck? All you need is your skating shoes, 70K. But then you'll be where you're getting in minutes. In the future, you will translate and also drive your own car there. So where are the synergies? Where are the regulations? So you can see the whole list of COMESA. I'm just seeing about 5 or maybe 6 countries that you can talk to. And none of these countries is so far away from us. So the opportunities, even before we talk about Africa free trade area, we have low-hanging fruits made by us. The Kenyans want rice, the Kenyans want onions, they want carrots, they want tomatoes. You can grow them, you can trade them, you can do both. Those things you get an advantage there. I was talking to friends here, cabinet as we speak now, is debating importing rice tax. Meaning Uganda has very different price. So why are you thinking of feeding Ghanaians, Sri Lankans, and I don't know, we can't feed the same price. But there are complicated scientific issues that we are looking into the data to find out why Ugandans are not growing rice as they should. Now, with those pictures at the back of your mind, let's wind up with the poverty policy issue. So what is explaining the current status? Next slide. Remember to keep those pictures at the back of your mind. The rest is text, but speaking to that analysis that we have been able to see. Are we able to move to the next slide? Yes, so one is the low trade volumes in Africa cannot support high cost. If you want shoes in Africa, you're going to produce them so expensive that Chinese shoes will still get their cheaply. And there is no Rwandan going to buy shoes at an expensive rate because they are from Uganda. This man calls himself a living at his family. So the Chinese shoe is 5K and the Ugandan shoe is 20K, you will buy a Chinese. So we haven't reached what economists call economies of scale at Africa to beat those other guys. But as we have seen in the data, we have an advantage in agricultural products. So that is our barrier number one, that we are high cost producers. We can't compete globally. And our costs are related to production levels, to transportation, insurance, banking, and other tariff and non-tariff. Each of these costs offers an opportunity as young people invest. And I'll get back to those things in brackets, which right now are barriers, convert them into opportunities for the youth to invest in both in Uganda and at Africa level. Africa, remember, contributes less than 3% of global trade. Just a Spain. When these people are talking, please, Africa, listen. You are 3% of global trade. That's why when people talk, you only go there to spend your money. So why should I focus on 3% of global trade? Because Africa said it's free continent of trade. That's it for the future. Conversations are going to continue on how we actualize. But while those conversations are going on, you are young and adult. So where do you want to participate in 2025? These are the opportunities we are talking about. Eventually, we'll graduate into the African trade, but it's not going to be fixed so quickly, so soon, for you to benefit from the useful age. The poverty levels across Africa require strategies that start or blend with targeting with high income. 30, 40 years ago, China had so many poor people that it couldn't even trade on itself. So China decided to trade with the US, China decided to trade with Europe. Now they can do their own now. So where Africa still is with a lot of poverty, we need to blend African trade with global trade. And that's why I brought you those pictures that Uganda still needs to be blend with global trade, much as we begin to look at the intra-African trade. The stronghold of high dependency ratios. The concept not indicated that 60% of the population in Africa is less than 25 years. With that, the burden of each one of us is so huge that we can't go. You can hardly move. There is a judge I'm told who was buried there this week. He has left 38 children. This was the judge, a land of something. Now, with 38 children, what can you do? What can the 38 children? They have siblings, they have all. You are really grasped at the bottom of the pyramid. You can't climb that pyramid with that. So a lot of African investors cannot sell because they are literally grappling with day-to-day expenses. So you don't want to be looking into a country which is so emancipated and cannot consume your product. You are better off beginning by leveraging trade outside the African continent as we plan to enter these difficult African markets. The lack of infrastructure and other logistical mechanisms. Except in areas that are going to be in Africa. And that's the cost of moving cargo in Africa is much, much higher. There are times when you want to go by plane to Morocco and you first have to go to Europe and then come back into Africa. So imagine if you are trying to move a container of honey from Kamwenge and take it to Morocco. First of all, leave Kamwenge, I hope you know where Kamwenge is. move a container of 100 from Kamwenge to Mombasa, we will have wiped out the entire country. And you still have to pass on to Europe to come back tomorrow. So gold will give you that some of those privileges. Let's move to the next slide. So as I'm saying, start with the low hanging. Are we on the next slide? Let's move to the next slide, low hanging fruit, the main subject there. And here I'm saying, can we consolidate the current exports that are largely agricultural and a few of them are manufacturing? Let's see how we can get into agriculture young people, not to hold the horse, but really resolve the challenges of agriculture by offering the necessary services. The youth and the SMEs, they have more opportunities in agricultural value chain, but remember the value chain must be moving. You don't want to get into a value chain without its drivers to make it more. So if you're going to sell onions, you as a youth with a degree, youth with a diploma, if you don't have any of those, you literally want to liquidate and manage the logistic value chain. You want to do the coordination, Uber side. You be the coordinator who links the trader, who is buying with the person who produces, and then link this trader with the market. I don't know how many of you know where Uber offices, but you have used Uber. That's why the youth need to sit in and say, if somebody needs pineapple anywhere in Africa, they should be on my website, they should be on my platform. So all you have to invest in is gather that knowledge, leverage the technology, gather knowledge who has already made pineapples. There's a young girl I met 20 years ago and wanted to get to poultry, but she had been working with Bon Appetit. And she saw how much money was being paid for bringing in chicken. Those fast foods were in. He said, I'm going to start a business of supplying fast food joints with chicken. And that's what she has done for the last 20 years. Very rich. Speaking rich. All she does is nowhere to deliver 200 chicken on Monday, another 200 on Monday. So every day she can deliver about 1,000 chicken. Make a profit of 2,000 much. How much money is that? She doesn't run the chicken business at all. But she must have a profile and a contract to deliver chicken in some place, and who has the chicken for today and for tomorrow and for next year. So she's managing knowledge. Knowledge management is where you want to have that. So you can even help Ethiopians sell to the Eritreans via your platform. So set up those things, get into that knowledge. How do you gather the information? Who needs what? Even if you pick a small fraction, you will benefit from all of those. Beat the volumes. And as I've said, Uganda is one of the countries with the best mobile money system. Can you begin to venture from 2 countries that are yet to begin using mobile money and begin to start businesses there to support it? This is export of services. While Africa is working on the protocol for services, the opportunities are there, and you can tap those opportunities. As we said, large firms are the real drivers of the value chains, and government needs to invest in them. You need to understand and liaise with these large firms. A friend of mine is a presidential advisor. His business was to collect milk and deliver. That was his business. He would get 200, 100 shillings per liter, but was delivering 40,000 liters through just a network. He knew who had milk, who has the truck, and we just would go there and pick it. Go there and pick it. And just I would pay him after a week. 40,000 times 1 week, 280,000 times 1 or 200 shillings. The man is rich. So those are spaces you want to put into in agriculture to resolve the current underlying challenges. Target export of services, as I've indicated, that should be my second last slide. Let's go to that next slide. The targeting of the export of services for the youth. Companies that can arrange bed and breakfast. I hope you know what bed and breakfast is. Your father, your uncle, your neighbor in the village has a house. And they have all their children have grown and gone out. So what has happened to those rooms where the children are? You want to map those houses, make sure they grow. So that when the homes are going for research in Soroti, I don't have to sleep in that hotel, which is going to charge me 200,000. you will connect me. So I'll check onto your website. And then I'll find that home you have linked with, where that room will cost me 50,000. These old guys will get their 20K, you will get your 30K. I will save my 150K. That's what they call bed and breakfast. But you need to map those houses and put them on a platform. Use the technology to do bed and breakfast. Also promote domestic tourism, but also promote other forms of tourism. Hotels are expensive. That's why this emerging to help people find their ways around. And the current something that can help amplify that kind of business. Do online content for twice. How many of you know how high a draft is? Anybody? That content is very attractive to people seeing it. You don't want to just say giraffe. You want to know that the giraffe has one of the biggest, if not the biggest organ in the giraffe is its heart. Because its heart must pump blood 3 meters up to the head and then to the rest of the legs. A giraffe gives birth standing up. But a giraffe is 6 feet, meaning the baby is born by a drop of 6 feet. Can you imagine? This is a baby coming into the world, you drop down 6 feet. And that wakes you up. Because you must live immediately. That blood you can win, the hyenas have smelled. So within 10 minutes, the baby and the giraffe must move. That content can be more exciting to a tourist than just seeing the giraffe and its painting like colors. So who is generating that additional content? I don't know how many of us have been watching tennis, where they said that's strike by Serena Williams. It was at 250 meters per second. The woman was just saying this, but they have added value that it was that so. So please generate content once people can log in to get that content. Radio network has some very innovative journalists have been working with for many years. Radio network gathers the information that the other radio speak, which have no journalists. You'll see this and you think what happened in these villages, you want whether they have reporters there. They buy content from radio network. So can you upload content on your site that anybody logging in will vet? And then you will be exporting, not just to Africa, but to the rest of the world. Giving you opportunities that you can do as business students here. Being informal is not the problem. I just want to say informality is not. So we need to target everybody and not just the youth. And the business of skilling the youth for business requires also securing the others. So finally, the challenges. That's like. Of course, the first one is the political and security climate of Africa. 2 months ago, I sat with the young fellows and older ones. They had gone and talked to General Saleh that you can take pineapples. They said the price of a pineapple in Khartoum is 15,000. In Uganda, it is 2,000. So we can make that difference. I said, have you tried to understand the entire value chain of getting Khartoum? That's why they cost 90. Then they came in and said, you see, the airlines are charging 5,000. I said, now you're starting to show me the difference. So it all doesn't go to the trader, part of it to the airline. But also there are risks, and there were significant risks why people were going to it. Right now, you see. Imagine if we had said these 10 people to Khartoum in the Americans would have left them there, the British would have left them there. They would now be falling us. Please. So you as intellectuals put more effort in understanding why is rice inflation. So the political risk of Africa is so huge that it is undermining the opportunities for trade. So for you young people, Africa is available for trade, but remember you're growing. You have one life to live. If you're thinking of starting a business that should be up and running in 3 years, look at the entire globe. Put Africa as one of the options, but don't leave the other. Africa is in full risk politically and many other challenges. That war down south in the DRC is not a cheap war. Some of you may not know. How many countries are involved now? I'm going to just join this week. And not joining on the side of the media. So that space is pretty complicated. as we speak. So Africa is still having those challenges. One that can prove the country that is fighting it. Chad on the west is fighting. Ethiopia on the east is fighting. Sudan, I mean, Egypt in the north has a problem. South Sudan in the south has a problem. What trade do you want to have? This any African country, any African region, the political risks asked. And to get insurance from those who will not down your pocket. The youth have been exposed to global trends of consumptive expenditure. I struggle more with the youth who have jobs than the youth who have jobs. I don't know why. You want to hold the phone. You want to buy a Lex. With these bad roads, border might be better. You fixing the suspension of your hand, I can take you 3 million. And with these potholes, you'll be fixing it every 3 months. So the youth have lifestyle that are not really ready to savings, investment, and are taking on very dangerous credit. Those are cultures, those are ethics, those are your own characteristics you want to address. So the high limitation of political and other forms of leadership within the African continent are still going to make the free continental trade opportunity of the Eastern future. Legal and legislative reforms to protect the youth against frauds on the legs, loss of patent. You come up with a very good idea, and somebody sees it. Yesterday, a friend of mine was in the Mulago, and he came up with a good idea. I'm not going to share because we need first part with our idea, then we start the trade. You will hear us in a few years. We're going to move. Opportunities are where in those sectors. Finally, a resolution of hostile policy. This country still has very, very hostile policies that are going to undermine the youth. I'll talk about 2 or 3. Of course, I talked about the tax free. You don't want to import rice free because you are going to undermine youth businesses who are dealing with rice in Uganda. So the rice is now going to come from Pakistan and don't come from Pakistan. What happened to this rice factory? The youth in the well, the youth in the right one. So those things look short, but because the ones who speak the power centers come up with those kind of conversations. I'm waiting for cabinet decision. And whoever is there, they get to answer if they say tax-free importation of rice can go. I've already lobbied there, and I'm hoping it will not pass. NSSA, they made an amendment that companies, regardless of the number of employees. The previous NSSA law said if anybody employs less than 5 people, they should not contribute to this. NSSA wanted to increase the number of registered companies. But remember, for every employee, the employer must put on 10%. So if I'm employing 10 youth and paying them 500,000 each, that is 5 million. Now you are telling me I must add 10% on my small business as a cost. I'm going to dismiss it because I can't afford that money. Alternatively, I'm going to make all of you cash. Where you go? You work, I pay you 5 people. Now you have no certainty of what you will earn at the end of the month. So we told the NSS, there are people who can actually pay. Legal firms, they employ 3 people, 4 people. So put a threshold and say if you're employing less than 5 and your income is so much, you must pay. But you don't just come and say this woman who gives food to girls to serve in town must register them with NSS. That cost is going to wipe out our business. So I have very bad policy, and I'm going to fight that until they change. They sneaked it in through COVID, but because some of them were looking for renewal of their contracts. And it has gone back, so the bad can go back. Second is exchange rates. A strong currency is bad for exports. I hear people saying the Kenyan currency has lost value. But it's good for exporters. You imagine I sell and get $100 and the exchange rate is 4,000. That's 400,000. I want to invest the 400,000 back in the business. But if the exchange rate is 3,500, that is 350,000. I have lost 50,000 of the good investment. So every time I hear Bank of Uganda struggling to strengthen the shilling, I'm like, you guys don't know what kind of economics. And moreover, you are doing it at the expense of running down the reserve. You are borrowing from the IMF to artificially maintain the strong shilling. To whose end? So there are a number of policy issues that are not necessarily for you to engage, but they will certainly undermine your businesses when you start. For the opportunities that are out there, we have worked through. We want to pledge, we'll do our best, make sure the opportunities are out there for you. Unless you come and take this away from me, I'm going to put it down. But yeah, thank you very much, my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Penny Mobuza. I think you are intrigued our mind about so many things. And as you were speaking, I thought about one thing or one fact, which is that Singapore, which has 5.4 million people, has unprofitable outlets. The other Africa is 1.5 million people that have no outlets. So that shows the quality of the but good. We thank them and a lot about those again because of that. Can we just take one question or we go to the panel discussion? Because I think this was meant to set space for the panel discussion. So I think we shall do just that and move straight to the discussion regarding what Dr. Treatments have just given us to highlight on. All right, I think can we take one question? All right, it's just one and we keep it brief. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation and your exporting to the area. Well, I have something I think in my mind now for the many people for bananas. Well, the banana in the market in South Africa is almost 30,000 South African rand. When you're going to export from Uganda to there, it's 20,000, right? But I see in the various countries, they are fighting for the votes. We can make the money there because they are fighting, they don't produce any food, right? But when you get that banana and dry it and make it like a meal of posture, to export for them, you can generate a lot of income, which it can help also the Ugandan economy. Therefore, what we're gonna look out with 1 kilogram of the banana, we can say 1,000 TV above here in Uganda. But when you're exporting, you say $100. Look the Arabic country. There is so much hungry with no food. When you see the Kenya, the part of the Kenya is dry. The half of Kenya. The last year they was trying about hunger. If you can put that bananas and sell it there, you can make a lot of money. But when I was see the export he's doing for the China, Europe, I do not see where you export for the bananas.
Thank you.
There you can use that opportunity and make a lot of what? Income for the Ugandans.
Thank you.
So you can get that time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Doctor, let's respond to that. Then we shall move forward to the panel discussion.
I think we want to work with the evidence. Numbers don't lie. Many of you have worked with clinics thinking you have malaria. The doctor takes your sample, but malaria is never. What should the doctor give you the dose because of what you thought? So there are a lot of thoughts and imagination. And I've had the hash of avocado. I've had all sorts of conversations. The data has shown you. South Africa is not a market we should be thinking about. This is our history of Kenya. What do the Kenyans do? Certainly not bananas. Kenya is sukuma wiki, is bush. Grow the rice, grow the beans, start there. The other conversations can come. So when we look through the data, it helps us to identify where are the low-hanging fruits we can start with. And for the region that we have, the Sudanese are buying maize, they are buying rice, they are buying cassava, milk, beef, not half of a kettle. They are mostly taking goats and a few other things. If you want to start it there, because there we have an advantage, there we don't need to struggle so much. But Uganda has this emotion of, you know, I want to take this, I want to take this. And I've seen these conversations sway government and give a lot of money to people who are really, you might export $5 million over 10 years. Why should I waste my time on? When some other person is doing $5 million, that's the area we want to get. So really, in the realities of life, let's get the data, let the data speak, let's stick to that. We can in the future gradually improve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That by all means brings us to the end of Dr. Fredman's presentation. And once again, Doctor, thank you very much. Please, Doctor, your meeting with everybody, given us sufficient knowledge. Thank you. It's now my singular honor to invite the panel of distinguished young people to put this conversation into perspective. And I'll begin with inviting a person that's common to so many of us, the former Vice President of Uganda National Students Association, but also the Uganda country representative to the Commonwealth Students Association. The name is Julia Muhumuza. I invite you to take up your seat on this podium, and the audience be kind enough to give a round of applause until she occupies a seat. Thank you very much, Julia. The second panelist is Mr. David Alan Omolot, who is the chairperson of the Independent Continental Youth Advisory Council on the African Continental Free Trade Area. Alan, brother, Karibu, you're most welcome. Please let me give him a round of applause kindly as he makes his way to the podium. You have also been joined by the National Female Youth Member of Parliament, Mheshimiwa Fiona Nyamutoro, brother, and also the chairperson of the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. Mheshimiwa, thank you for spending there. Thank you. Yes, Alan. We also have the other two panelists are joining us online, and that is Mr. Alan Buhereza, who is the team leader of Youth for Tax Justice Network. He will be joining us online, and as and when this opportunity comes to speak, we shall be able to have the opportunity. Then lastly on this panel is Mr. David Akwara, who is an award-winning banker from Nigeria. So just before this panel, we'll get comments from Carl Mafulo. She's joining us from South Africa. She will just make a 1-minute comment, then I'll move to the panel. And we during the audience kindly allow her to make her 2 minutes comments regarding this particular conversation, then we shall be able to get it back to the podium right here. Well, if you're joining us here, could you just share for us a perspective regarding the ecosystem gaps?
Yes.
And the existence and how they can be addressed in just 2 minutes, then we can move forward to address issues before us physically on this panel. The technical team, please ensure that Paul is able to speak for 2 minutes. If he is not, then I just like I did earlier on,
I am here. I just want to check if you can hear me.
She's talking.
Are you able to? Are you able to hear me?
All right, just to reiterate.
Am I audible?
This panel discussion is that we shall be talking about capacity and how this local youth can organize value chains to the continent of Africa. All right, third part is done. So let us get Paul joining us.
Hi, can you hear me?
All right.
This guy has to connect his phone.
I just want to check if you can hear me.
She had to make a comment earlier on that because of technology, she could not connect. Oh, I understand she's really speaking, but the volume is not.
All right, thanks.
Could you please go ahead to speak?
I just want to check if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. Sorry about that glitch. So just first of all, thank you, very much for the opportunity, to be invited to be, part of this very important conversation. And, very, I suppose maybe this might also potentially be a really great start to cross collaboration, both in the work that I do in the organizations that I represent, and of course, other organizations that each one is, representing here today. So my approach and contribution to today's conversation is largely from a technical point of view, as someone who has over the years been close to both MSMEs and development banks, and namely the World Bank in my case, as well as governments across Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, and South Africa, all who are seeking to solve for the development of early stage startups. I just want to check if I'm still audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, I was getting a little bit of a feedback, but I'll continue. Thank you. So I mean, I won't take a lot of time. There's been plenty of contributions that speak to strategic oversight of what it means to drive sustainable investment models earlier on, with youth at the forefront. So my very brief submission today, Program Director, or perhaps call to action to ecosystem support players, is really based on findings, which really shouldn't be foreign to some, of many ecosystem consultations that we've conducted through the World Bank and across, across the previously mentioned countries. It would interest some to familiarize themselves with the 2021 Global Startup Ecosystem Index, which is done by a reputable ecosystem map and research center known as StartBlink. So each year they produce reports ranking over 1,000 cities and 100 countries. And on this list, only 11 of the 54 African countries were found. And South Africa being ranked number 48, Namibia was 99, and I think Uganda was sitting on 97. And this year, the report now also tracks both momentum and trends within the startup ecosystem from 2017 onwards. It also has new, sections on city ecosystems, on, for unranked countries, top island country rankings, analysis of sub-scores, analysis of populations, etc. It also, does also feature unicorns and Pathians, as well. And I would encourage, some of us who are listening here today and do have an interest in, the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem specifically, to have a look at that. So at the opening of this session or this meeting today, there was a mention, and I believe it was by Mr. John Bosco Kalisa, if I remember correctly, regarding the importance of building networks. So not just across the region, but across the continent, as well. And perhaps to add, the globe, connecting young Africans to startups, in international markets. And the instance we speak of this, we already open up, questions around developing startups that are not just able to compete locally, but globally as well. And as we know, reinforcing global competence is vital for individuals to thrive in this very fast and changing world. as well as for societies, of course, to, you know, to progress without leaving anyone behind. But how can this lofty, I guess, goal be achieved? So, you know, by intentionally and strategically building and strengthening networks amongst ecosystem actors themselves in their supports to early stage to early stage startups, who are for the most part viewed as very risky by investors. And of course, you know, a lot of investors will not touch them. And maybe to paint a little picture on who I'm speaking about. So when I say startups, I know it can get a little bit muddy, and, you know, people may have different ideas as to what that would mean. And specifically those that I'm referring to or speaking to are those that are, you know, idea stage. So entrepreneurs that come up with initial product ideas to be refined at a later stage, those that have an MVP or minimum viable product. So they might have a team already assembled, you know, they have a product that is featuring some really basic, you know, stuff, you know, on it. And then those that are at seed, you know, stage. So those that have already started going out into the market to sell whatever it is that they're selling, and then they're adjusting their features as they go along. And of course, we already know also that usually the financial support that those types of entrepreneurs or those startups would usually get is either, you know, angel funding, crowdfunding, or, as you know, the 3 Fs, which is family, friends, or fools, which a lot of, you know, African, you know, owned startups don't necessarily have access to as well. So I just want to maybe just jump into, you know, what are some of the findings that we had? And again, maybe this is a call to action as well to ecosystem players that are listening or joining us here today, or will later listen into this, you know, conversation. So one of the things that we had found was that there was, you know, really jarring fragmentation of support programs with varying quality and impact. So you would find that there would be programs or incubators that are focusing maybe on business fundamentals and, you know, on how to run or balance your books, etc. But they're not necessarily talking to each other. So these support actors are not necessarily interconnected and talking to each other. So there was limited collaboration for scale and support of these actual entrepreneurs. So whether these are support programs or support actors within one country or just across countries. And I think a lot of organizations also are sort of, you know, looking into that. How do we better strengthen our collaborative efforts as ecosystem actors, as incubators, as those that are funding or financing, and then try to find ways or weave ways, you know, for these startups to even find markets across their borders, you know, and so those are just one of the things that, you know, that we had found, or that we had seen, you know, in
I think the network has done what it does best. It's beyond our
You have to get to it.
Okay, I think that part is having network issues, or it is us. I'm not so sure, but I think now we need to proceed in the interest of time. And now proceed to invite, sorry, they're already here with us. Let me just pose our first question to them, and we can see how this proceeds. And Alan, I'll just begin with you. You do so much work around the African continental free trade area. And the topic of discussion is very clear. How can youth organize themselves on the value chain for the continental market? But even before we evaluate the continental perspective, how best are we organizing nationally and domestically?
Yes, thank you once again. My name is Amulot Alan David, and I chair the amazing AfCFTA Advisory Council, an initiative that was launched to make ensure that our African youth take part in the AfCFTA implementation processes. And it's a continental body with structures all over the 54 member states of the African Union. So I chair the continental body. So that's really a good question. And I think Dr. Humza really did a great bit of it to make things really easy for us. And looking at the AfCFTA framework, This is what we call the National AfCFTA Implementation Strategy. This is where we want to be as African youth at the national level interface with this amazing agreement that our member states think it's going to really get us moving as African youth. So at the national level, the National AfCFTA Implementation Strategy has a national committee, which is the first step. And the idea is to see that our African women and youth in trade get to participate or get to take part in the committees. In the earlier discussion, there were issues on, I think a colleague from Siatini was talking about negotiations and so on. But ideally, looking at the AfCFTA framework, that is already covered within the frameworks of the AfCFTA. The National AfCFTA Implementation Committee needs to do that. But what is happening? Facts on ground is that even our own ministries struggle to include youth. And this is where now affirmative action comes in. These platforms like this, where the National Youth Council is taking lead, now plays an integral role in ensuring that our youth are mainstreamed in the AfCFTA discussions. So the first step is for us as youth to realize that the AfCFTA is here for our own benefit. That is the first step. When you realize that, then you go to the next step. Where can I get myself? Which spaces can I get myself to? That will be now the second step. And the second step now is the National Youth Council would be the first step, since it's an umbrella body where we all belong as youth. So when you get there, you not just the National Youth Council, what are you doing within your system to ensure that we as youth are part of the AfCFTA discussions? And I believe their response is this. But let me not run away from the point. The point is, we as African women and youth in trade really struggle to be mainstreamed. There's always what I talk in very many different forums that there is structural exclusion of youth in the key decision-making processes of not only the country, but also the continent. And I know, of course, our country is what I can say a model country, looking at how we have tried mainstreaming youth. We have the youth advisor to the president, we have our MPs, we have the National Youth Council that is functioning and so on. And looking at the AfCFTA, if we are to leverage on the AfCFTA benefits as our African youth or as the Ugandan youth, we need to, number one, pick the interest. And the interest ideally means taking part in such discussions, ideally interesting ourselves as business students here now. I think the majority of us are business students, leaders. As I was coming in here, I was asking one of the ladies who was trying to guide me that, how are you? And just a quick conversation. I was like, oh, she was asking, what do you do? I told her, I chair this AfCFTA. As a business student, I actually thought she has an idea on the AfCFTA. I was like, do you know the AfCFTA? She's like, my brother, I don't know. What is this? And it's from there, you alone see there's a big information gap. So before even we go any further, the biggest task that we need to do as we are trying to mobilize as African youth is to ensure that we expedite or we disseminate as much information as possible within our own circles, which the National Youth Council is doing. But also the bigger goal is for us to interest ourselves. If you are a business student, get interested in the regional politics or regional instruments, especially trade instruments. That is one. It's your own will. The second one also is for you to get interested in these other things that are happening within the Ministry of Trade and so on. And I know I'm leaving it so much for you because the truth, to tell you the truth, no one will come and give you this on a silver platter. It takes action. I will tell you about the council. The council, ideally, there was no youth advisory council within the African Union framework. We identified a gap. And I was by then I was with the African Union Youth Envoy. We're trying to advocate for the African Youth Charter. I think most of the people know me as a hustler. We're trying to advocate within the African Union Youth Envoy structures. So we identified a gap. And with that gap, I took a bit of reading and I realized there was a protocol. The protocol now that we talk about, the protocol of women and youth in trade, initially was only the protocol of women in trade. There was no youth whatsoever. And that became an action point from my end to ensure that what can I then do to mainstream youth in the discussions. And that's how the council was formed. And ideally at the national level, that is the same action we need to do if we are to benefit, because truth be told, the country Uganda has already signed and ratified the AfCFTA. Ideally meaning there is no coming back. Some of the negotiations have already happened. Now what we should be talking about is the implementation. How then can we position ourselves
the low-hanging fruits Dr. Muhumuza was talking about is where we need to begin engineering our minds to look at what is there that we can pick from. Looking at our national youth, our government procurement structures. Those are some of the low-hanging fruits we should start from. Probably our MPs here should also be able to see how far have we gone with that. I think 30% procurement mandated for the youth. How many youth are there? My brother here was talking about export. How many of us have actually been able to tap within the procurement, without even talking about the export, within our own country? How many of us have tried to leverage on the procurement? And I know when we go there, it's also another politics. It's a long journey, but still, how many of us have taken effort? So the AfCFTA mainstreaming really starts with us as individuals. Then when we play our part, we could then begin tasking the government. As I always say, for me, I pay taxes. And when I go to a health clinic here, I go shrewd when they begin telling me, you need to pay something to get medicine. Just to tell you, my son and I, we go to a public hospital. And why do I do that? Because I am taxed a lot. My money goes every month. And that is the only way I can be able to get that. And the same thing applies to the AfCFTA. When we interest ourselves, that is the first step of us ensuring that we leverage from this hanging fruit Dr. Muhumuza is talking about. Let me end here for now, but yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Very brilliant submissions right there. Julia, yes, we are discussing how best youth can organize in the value chain to participate in the continental marketplace. But could you paint for us an actual picture of the status of the ordinary youth here in Uganda? And at the risk of sounding controversial, is that this very good topic, appears very persuasive to discuss, but we shouldn't forget the actual reality, which is that the girl child today is grappling with social issues like teenage pregnancy. So what is the actual context of the youth status? But also, as you give us your insights regarding how best we can organize ourselves.
Thank you. First of all, I would like by thanking the National Council and all partners for putting this together. It's a huge platform. I'm sure a majority of you came without even knowing that the African Continental Free Trade Area existed, but here you are, thanks to the National Youth Council, and we are looking forward to more engagements. To start off, just from that very point, it shows you that even students in business schools are not aware of such a huge opportunity that could be beneficial or could open doors of opportunities on their side. Now, what about the youth who have not had a chance to go to education, the youth who are largely in the informal sector? How do you expect them to actually stand a chance in benefiting from the continental free trade area, even when the educated ones are not positioned to competitively take on those opportunities? So that is where we are, and largely not just Uganda, but most African countries have majority of their young population in the informal sector. But like Dr. Muhumuza said, we should stop excusing ourselves with informal sector, formal sector. What matters is how we position ourselves, or how CSOs, youth councils, position the young people to compete or to take on these opportunities. But then the question of today is, or what Dr. Muhumuza helped us address, how we can leverage. How can the girl child also, yes, you've dropped out of school, but you can either get off an opportunity through this or through the partnerships that have been talked about, or as I'm going to be showing us, how can we leverage the free trade area, the continental free trade area, to improve the livelihoods of young people, just not at Ugandan level, but all other levels. And like mentioned, you just do not come from growing crops for own consumption to growing crops to export to Mali, or to export to Kenya, or to export to South Africa, wherever you deem fit to export. Yeah, you need to understand the marketplace. And by understanding the marketplace, young people need to know that, why am I carrying this product from Uganda to, for example, take to Nigeria? Yeah, like you need to understand the marketplace, just not in form of pricing, but also the standards that you have to meet. What is the cultural reaction to the product you're taking there? What are the necessary requirements that I have to go through? And young people, honestly, are not just going to, you're not just going to be there and you're going to dream about these things. I was shocked Uganda has policies that favor young people in agriculture. Yeah, but the question is, how are young people knowing that there exists existent opportunities or existence resourceful information for them to know and start up something. I was shocked about the 10-year tax-free holiday for those in the agriculture sector. I was shocked about the provision of land in the parks. Young people are literally constrained from setting up something because land is so pricey. But if you are not aware of the information regarding Ugandan market, what are the opportunities the government is putting into place for us young people? If you do not have that information, then you're not going to be in position to competitively sell your products wherever you want to get. So after identifying and knowing the marketplace, knowing what you want to do as a young person, you also have to identify, like I mentioned, the opportunities that come with it, know how you're going to leverage the costs. And most importantly, like earlier mentioned, we should get off the thing of we are young people, we can get this by ourselves, and align ourselves to work with people who are already existent in these spaces. What am I talking about? The value chain that we are talking about today is a chain from conception of the idea to the end user. So there are very many spaces where a young people can fix themselves. For example, a marketing student, yeah, you're wondering how this could be beneficial for you. They've already told you about the digital e-commerce platforms. You can just choose to connect the producers and the sellers in your own convenience, procurement, whatever you're studying. But then those in informal sector, those that are growing crops on a small scale, how then do they grow their farms? How then do they now carry it from Uganda to maybe the neighboring countries where it's deemed? And of course, they will have to form these partnerships because partnerships help. For example, if you're just majoring in processing, you know that the end person who is in charge of now the exporting, they're already familiar with the policies. So you're getting your money off just a single stage in the entire value chain that you can benefit. And also the most important thing that I want to mention today, Moses, is we as young people are advantaged that we are moving in a digital, there is a lot of digitalization going on, yeah? And that is why Kenya is growing at a very large speed, yeah? And also the existence of mobile money, use of digital platforms to transact is also helping the government to actually track the young people operating in the informal sector. Because ideally, if you are not registered, but then you're sending a lot of money on mobile money, the government would want to know where's this money coming from? And that is the beginning of you either formalizing your business. But what I'm talking about digitalization is we need to equip ourselves with digitalization, just not of trade, but of everything from e-commerce, because as young people, especially those that are educated, we can leverage this. Why? It's because we do not have very many constraints in the side of technology. Yeah. So for example, if you have your e-commerce store, you're just posting images, and maybe you have someone in that country that is helping you with finalizing everything else. So I just want to encourage us to leverage technology. If you're in school and you do not honestly know how technology functions, it is high time you take a chance on yourself and learn these things, because eventually there are a lot of opportunities that come from you just providing information about the existing opportunities in other countries. And we have to train and build capacity, yeah, because the opportunities that come with this continental trade, of course, you've seen the opportunities that have come with the regional trade, East African community. So now imagine the opportunities that would come with the continental trade. The earlier speakers mentioned the large markets and all the benefits as we know them. But now imagine we have built capacity, because now trade is beyond qualifications at some level. Yeah. For example, if I'm in agriculture, I need to know the required processes and what I need to do, what I need not to do. Yeah. If I know how to grow crops in a different region, if I know how to process, it will have nothing to do with what degree I have. Yes. So we need to build capacity. We need to train young people to, like earlier mentioned, agriculture sector is our competitive stand as Uganda. So how then do we young people position ourselves in that sector? Because one, if it's our competitive stand, the government is 100% supportive of everything agriculture. That is why there are very many tax holidays, there are very many everything that can make it easy for a young person to enter that sector. Yeah, so we need to build capacity. Are you in position to just put your degree in marketing aside and know how then do I transfer this to fit into the available opportunities that come with trade? But then as I conclude, I want to say that there was a question that was posed to me before I came here, and it's a big thing because Ethiopia, we were looking at Ethiopia receiving over $220 million US from China. And this is a textile industry. Why? Because it has a large market due to the continental free trade. So it exports its products across Uganda. So it attracted investment. So ideally, there is also that other side of the major economies benefiting most or more from this trade than we African economies, unless like we really, now for example, if this investment comes in, if we attract it on one side, we're having employment opportunities for many young people, but then on the downside is because now they are taking majority of the profits, where does that leave our economy? But most importantly, is for us to position ourselves, understand the opportunities, and take on a journey with just not you yourself, but already existing people that know the spaces and are willing to walk the journey with you. I thank you.
Wow, very amazing and brilliant submissions right there. Alan, let me get back to you. We are speaking about an entire value chain that comes from the idea inception towards processing, marketing, and perhaps maybe recycling if there need be. So perhaps the question would be that where is the niche for young people? Because if it is regarding investment, then youth perhaps don't have access to the factors of production like land, capital, and etc. So where do you think youth should capitalize on in this value chain? Is it on the marketing? Is it on, for example, the processing part? Or is it around being innovative in terms of ideas? Because we cannot fit everywhere in the value chain. So where exactly, in your own words, do you think the youth can fit perfectly well in that value chain?
Thank you. I think with that, we should actually take a multidimensional approach. We need to, as youth, we need to go with this as a collective. Because if we begin separating, that's where at times we lose. But of course, I get your point. Looking at where our strength is, where can we quickly harness? I think looking at, for example, the agricultural value chain, which has been the emphasis here, we could start from the garden. The garden would be the first step. And I'm not saying, of course, you should dig. Doctors made it easy for us. You can actually be, I have seen a broker. We have youth who are house brokers, but you can be a broker for the garden, the produce. We could start from there. If you can get yourself into a value chain at that level, that would be great. But now we also, youth are now, we are techie. Everyone has a phone. You ideally can be able to identify, but also you have friends who have traveled. The idea is when someone of your friend is somewhere, ask them, is there a market for something and something, either pineapple or whatever it is. Through that, through just your phone, you can actually be able to create market. With creating market, that's where we come in, and I've always emphasized this in different forums. There's what we are trying to interest our people, going back to the olden days, aggregation hub. If you are youth all dealing in a produce, for example, let me give an example of a pineapple, and you cannot export in bulk as an individual. You come as a group, as one group of exporters, put your goods together, then you'll have enough volume to fit a container. And through that, you'll be able to export. But the challenge we have as youth, when one person identifies a market, they become very greedy. They're like, if I tell this man is going to take over my market. But if we come out of that selfishness and work as a collective, an aggregation hub should be one way to ensure that youth marks from the AfCFTA opportunities. And I think that is the quickest way to get into the export, which is the high end of the value chain. But the idea is to see that we participate at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. Because again, there is no bigger population than us. You will find us everywhere. And we shall be used again by those with money to do that. And second, also to tackle the issue of finance. With aggregation, when you come together, and we've seen this with the Youth Lively Fund, there's a lot government has done to just put youth into aggregation hubs. But the problem, of course, we go as youth with our own intentions of not actually focusing on the goal. But if we take advantage of the already existing structures, for example, if you're already in the group of the Operation Wealth Creation Group, and you are dealing on pineapple or avocado or spinach or whatever you're dealing in, and you're many, through that, you can actually ask for a loan from the bank. It's as simple as that. ask for a loan from the bank and the bank will be able to give you. A free Exim bank that we work with more closely is having quite a lot of money that is putting currently. And my brother from UNDP here, they also try to do support. So the idea is I know UNDP cannot say no when a group of young entrepreneurs have come together and they want some funding from you. I don't think you will say no. The good madam will actually be like, okay, I remember you were in Johannesburg with a team. That alone shows you that when you work as a group, that is the beginning. But the problem is we want to work in silos. Emolot, me, and my own pineapples, I'm going to trade alone. And I think aggregation will solve a lot of other things, even capacity building. Right now, as I speak, the training is ongoing. As I didn't tell you that we also do, part of the mandate is doing a lot of capacity building trainings. Now we are dealing with young entrepreneurs, making them export ready on the AfCFTA. They are currently in Sheraton up to Friday, and they're doing export readiness. And the idea is to see we prepare these young, and we're dealing with those in goods, those who are trading in Nakasero and wherever, whose idea is to take goods outside. Those are the ones we are training right now in Sheraton to capacitate them. I have my good friend Nakato there. We were with her. She took part in the training in Kigali, Rwanda, on the sidelines of the Youth Connect. So we work closely with the UNDP to ensure that we build capacity from that level. I just came back from Cape Town, again, with a very good, this sweater I'm wearing is actually Ugandan made. A lady, we picked up from here, we went with her to Cape Town for the AfCFTA Business Forum. So these are some of the things, but she's from the Organization of Women in International Trade, Ugandan chapter. So you see, it's easier to reach and empower you when you're in a group. But when you're alone, you will come to me and tell me, I also want those opportunities. It's hard for me to deal with an individual. But when you come and say, MOOBs, final year students have a business project, and now we want to export chicken to wherever, it becomes easy for us to lobby through even the National Youth Council and different other initiatives to reach to the funders, UNDP and other banks, to ensure that we then empower you. And for me, I'm after implementation. If you come with stories to me, we shall not talk. Come with ideas, I will be able to ensure that we move forward. Asante.
Thank you very much, Emolot. You speak with so much passion and enthusiasm. I must say I like it. Julia, just before I get back to you, let me engage Alan Muhereza, who is the team leader for Youth for Tax Justice Network and is joining us online. Alan, if you're there, just acknowledge your presence. But my question to you fast forward is that the aspect of taxation and the tax regime, there is fear that young people don't want to formalize their businesses because they don't want to pay taxes. But we are speaking of an entire value chain. Government needs this money, otherwise then it will go to World Bank to borrow. So the youth must be part of financing this country's development. So, and to do that, you must have your business formalized and pay taxes and, contribute to the national development. So, Alan, just paint for us a picture regarding the tax regime and how it looks like. Do you think the tax regime, as it is currently, enables young businesses to grow? Or do you think that businesses are choking on tax and therefore they fail to see their first, second, or even third birthday? So, Alan, the tax regime and how best the youth can position themselves not to avoid taxes, but to pay in a way that does not affect their businesses.
Thank you very much, Moses. Please confirm that you can hear me. Or we need 2 minutes to fix that technology.
I confirm, Alan.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. And I will start by saying that a lot has been said in terms of what the challenges are and what the opportunities are. And some even have gone to the point of suggesting a few solutions moving forward. In terms of taxation and the Africa-Continental Trade Area and where we are right now, first I would say that, and I always say this, I know it's very controversial, that given an opportunity, no one wants to pay tax. Given an opportunity, everyone would evade tax. What usually mitigates that is that the resulting benefit that you get from government in terms of the services that you get back. So that's the starting point that naturally, as human beings, as people, as companies, as anyone, we would like to maximize profit as much as possible, and given an opportunity, will not be able to pay tax. Having said that, in terms of the Africa-Free Continental Trade Area and the effect it would have on resource mobilization, or when we come to the question of taxation, for us as Youth for Tax Justice Network, we have a position, or we've been able to do a research. We did a paper on promoting equitable outcomes from the Africa-Free Continental Trade Area through sustainable domestic resource mobilization. And our point is simply this, that a lot of solutions that have been put forward include issues around trade facilitation, that the framework of the AfCFTA is around facilitating trade, that someone in Uganda should be able to do trade with someone, let me say, in DRC, someone in Sudan, someone in Juba, and all that. But in what is not being emphasized, what is left out most, is that for that trade facilitation to happen, there should be, or there must be, vast investment in sectors that are critical to youth development. So when we talk about standard certification, I think it was someone from the previous panel, when we talk about capacity building, when we talk about facilitation in terms of the infrastructure, when we talk about almost all those things, the silent feature is that there is requirement for massive investment in these sectors that are critical to youth development, so that trade facilitation can happen. Now, that's where the taxation comes in, and that's where the engagement of young people we're having, especially towards the protocol on youth and women and the protocol on e-commerce. Now, when we come to the framework, it's saying we are going to remove tariffs on almost 90% of goods and services, of which of those goods, those are goods where mostly young people ideally should be participating. And the expectation is that in the short run, there will be a shortage in revenue, and then it will be made up when it comes to increase in trade with each other, and then that shortfall will be made up in the long run. We have a challenge with that because we know for a fact that even without removing tariffs, and I think previous speakers talked about it, that the Africa-Free Continental Trade Area builds on already existing economic regional communities. So we can even take East Africa for an example to say whether our harmonization, or whether our, in terms of the tax revenue that we are getting, has worked at a regional economic level. So our argument is that we know for a fact that two things happen. One, the lost revenue in terms of removing tariffs, chances are that we'll not get it back. Why? Because we've seen growth in economic growth for the past few years not corresponding with growth in tax revenue. So take a year, for the last 35, 10 years, we've seen continuous, besides the COVID years, continuous growth in the economy without a corresponding growth in tax revenue. So it is not convincing, or it's not help or comforting to say that growth in trade later on will cover for lost revenue that we'll need right now to invest in priorities that will enable young people facilitate trade across borders. And then secondly is that even the mitigating fund that has been put in place by the Afri-Exim Bank and the African Development Bank, the adjustment fund, has very many problems within itself. First, some money has to come from states, some money is going to be contributed by these institutions, and most of this money is not also going to be given as grants. You have to go borrow that money and all that. So what we're trying to say is that in terms of, as young people, as we engage in terms of influencing and informing the protocol on youth and women, safeguards should be put to make sure that even though the Africa-Free Continental Trade Area is about removing tariffs and non-tariff barriers to trade, whatever remains at a state point or at a country point should be in a way that will enable young people participate in trade, and also enable states to raise money to still invest in sectors that will facilitate trade for young people. And this can be done in 3 ways. Like I said, we did a study, and one of the suggestions or recommendations is that we should have some sort of harmonization of taxation across, first within the East African region, but also later on for the taxes or for the tariffs that will have not been removed, or for the tariffs that would remain after this framework has been domesticated in all our countries. Why? Because at the end of the day, you would not want to lose revenue facilitating trade, but you also lose revenue in other forms of illicit financial flows and the rest of the bottom. Secondly, we have, and again, in terms of tax revenue, is that young people should, as we talk about trade, also talk about allocation of resources. When we talk about digitalization, we talk about e-commerce, when you talk about all these other things, are we also discussing where government is putting the little resources that we're having? Leave alone spending almost a quarter of our budget on debt servicing and repayment. Are we actively telling government that you should invest in, for example, fiber infrastructure? If we are to go online, are we telling our government that we should invest in having easier ways of dispute resolution for young people? Are we telling government to invest in cheaper electricity, cheaper power? Are we telling government to, because as we talked about the value chain, are we investing in that? And so the budget process, the budgetary process, and I know right now in Uganda it's ongoing. Tax bills have been tabled, the budget is being discussed. Are young people, especially when you talk about trade facilitation, do we sit and say, for these sort of resources that we have, they should be allocated to such and such a sector, because it's going to then facilitate the trade that we are seeing within this framework? And I think to that point, there is a quote from Professor Ronald Mangani from Malawi, who said that we are so consumed in macro short-term stability that everything we do is about, like Dr. Mumza just said, strengthening the dollar, you know, simple things, and leave out actual development investment that would actually benefit young people within this process. Lastly, as young people, we know that there is the protocol on women and youth that is being negotiated. Timelines are almost done. There is a protocol on e-commerce that is also being whose negotiations are about to start. The question I think we need to ask ourselves is that as we talk, dice and slice these challenges, these opportunities, at the back of our minds, we should look at 2 things. One, where are resources going to come from to invest in sectors that are critical to facilitate trade for young people across the continent? That is an important question that young people should have at the back of their mind. Why? Because one of the reasons as why even the East African regional community has not worked is because, like Moses said, states at a different level of development. Some people will need resources more than others. So even the creation of a market itself will not guarantee access to that market because of those challenges. So do we then let government lose resources through tariff removal, but also lose resources even with non-tariff removal, but also even to issues like the rest of the bottom? So in conclusion, we basically are just trying to say that as young people are engaging on matters of trade facilitation, the issue of taxation, the issue of, I know the whole Africa Free Trade area is based on tariff removal, but we should have, or we should live in the ability of states within this framework to harmonize remaining tariffs, to harmonize remaining taxes, and that includes even tax incentives. You talked about the incentives regime. We have incentives regime in our laws that can never be beneficial to young people because of, first, the thresholds, but also the structural challenges that young people face, access to finance and all these other things. So whereas the incentives are on our law books, whereas the law will say that if you invest maybe $1 million, you will, get 10 years of this ABCD. The question then comes to how many young people can actually access that, how many people can benefit from some of these incentives. And then lastly, and as a caution to us, young people are not homogeneous. So I know when we keep on saying youth, there is an assumption that all youth are the same. So you will find that youth are at different levels. There are young people that are doing formal work. There are young people that are doing informal work. There are young people that are at the borders. There are young people that... So as we even discuss the solutions, as we discuss issues of incentives, as we discuss issues of harmonization of incentives, harmonization of remaining tariffs, harmonization of or benefiting from the adjustment funds and all that, I think we should also have some sort of integrated lens when we are discussing issues of young people. And that will come out even in terms of when you go to ask for preferential dispute resolution mechanism, when you come to talk about standards, I think we should not discuss or engage or discuss young people as a homogeneous group. Thank you very much, Moses. I don't know if I've done justice to your question, but I'm still here to take any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. I must say you've done extreme justice to that topic and that question. Well, let's just get back here and wrap it up. Our time is fast spent. Just do one more question and then we shall be able to close this panel discussion. Julia, the aspect of financing is very important, and that even when youth are perceived to be creative and innovative in terms of coming up with ideas, these ideas must be financed. They must find an environment that allows them to grow. So let's speak about financing of youth businesses, and perhaps we could draw insight into government programming. I know there is a parish development model and there's the youth livelihood program, but what is the success rate of these programs in terms of financing youth-led ideas and businesses? But also, what would the alternative financing option be for young people? Would it be commercial banks? Would it be, how best can we finance these ideas? Is it through the circle approach? I don't know. Alternative financing.
Thank you for that question, Comrade Chidega. The last time I checked, NYC was battling to gazette a percentage of the funds for the young people. I don't know the success rate of that, but whereas our chances, I was told that when you go down in the rural areas, you can find someone who is a 40-year-old who also identifies as a young person. Yeah. So it is highly competitive to really make use of the funds that are released through these government programs, but nevertheless, it is also a starting point. Yeah. However, the alternatives we have a couple of innovation hubs that are rampant in Uganda today. If you're to check, the Ministry of ICT is partnering with UICT here in Nakawa, and they're funding they usually come together, incubation, young people pitch their ideas, and those that succeed usually get away with just not money, but also mentors to carry on the journey of your idea, yeah, to make sure it succeeds. So I just want to employ young people. There are very many, even UNDP has very many opportunities. It's through its funding channels, it looks forward to funding innovative solutions from young people. So you can always check these available opportunities. We are so happy we are born in an era of digitalization of everything. So most of this information is actually online. If you have an idea that you think can be a part of this continental free trade area, there are very many organizations that you can participate in their innovation hubs, and then make sure, even if usually you do not succeed in securing the money, you can always meet, network, pitch your idea to different investors, and you never know where that takes. But I want to say that it is important for us young people to know that, yes, there are available opportunities of funding, which are limited, yeah, but we have to know. That is why I overemphasized partnership. For example, if you're not carrying the entire value chain on your back, yeah, you're partnering or you're supplying whatever you're supplying to a specific person. That person has been in the field for quite a long time, and they stand a higher chance of securing a loan than you do. Yeah. So if you're working with people, if you're especially in this agriculture sector that we've all made noise about, if you're partnering with people for a niche in the value chain, chances are you may not be required to secure the funds yourself. Yeah. But you may be required to partner with someone who has the funds. Yeah. So we also need to identify the dynamics of financing or pushing ideas without having direct funding. But I want to say that as young people, we are the majority in Uganda, at Africa, as already said, but yet in most of these spaces, we are already sidelined because of very many issues that have been talked about here and then. I just want to implore us, as long as you are determined, you participate in capacity building, training programs, you get the knowledge you need, do not stop. Look out for people who have existed in that same field. Seek mentorship, usually it helps as well. Yeah. Go and, I don't know how to say, seek mentorship. You never know the person who is actually mentoring you. Now, I'm surprised today I know about this youth council. They also have opportunities. Yeah, they've told you about their training programs. And usually if you're a fellow of a training program like that, chances are that eventually when you come up with your idea, you can already start with them. Yeah, because they have mentored you into the person you've been. So young people, especially those that are educated, apply for these opportunities, seek out to know these opportunities, and position yourself to competitively attain these opportunities. I beg to submit.
Wow. That by all means brings us to the end of this conversation. But it's only fair, Alan and Julia, that I give you just a minute to give us your parting shots regarding this topic, and then we shall be able to close this panel discussion.
Yes, mine is very simple. Just to let us know that the AfCFTA is here. It is for us, and there is no more negotiations. We are now into the implementation. So let's interest ourselves to understand it. Let's, as business students, and of course, those with businesses here, let's interest ourselves to learn, understand this, and see how best we could position ourselves in. I am here to help as an advisor, to help you to also secure market. If you're good enough and your product is good enough to go to secure market. And I'm also here to offer opportunities of engagement. I just told you this sweater I'm wearing was from Uganda, and we took to Cape Town for the business forum. That could be you with your idea, with your business. So, and maybe to speak, Comrade Kidega, soon to be honorable. Just to let you, I just want to let us know that there are some opportunities that you can participate in. Right now, we are organizing another AfCFTA Youth Symposium, the continental one. It's going to happen in Lusaka, Zambia. And the idea is to have a business caravan moving from Nairobi through Kampala to Rwanda, through, of course, pick our comrades from Tanzania to Burundi, then use Lake Tanganyika to Lusaka. And I would want, if it would be good to see some of these places participate in that caravan in July. The other one, of course, is the ULEAD Summit. I know all of us know, most of us have participated in the ULEAD Summit. It's coming up in November. In this time round, we're taking it to Nairobi, Kenya, November 20th to 23rd. These are some of the spaces we should be aspiring to be in. So my brother who is sleeping here, the time he wakes up, these opportunities are gone. But that ideally is to show you that when you interest yourself, when you, as my comrade here said, when you interest yourself and you want to network, these positions are there. Then lastly, I can't live here without saying, with the rate of no knowledge of the AfCFTA, I think it's important to have the AfCFTA Youth Advisory Council, MOOBS chapter. And those who would be interested, ideally, of course, we will be able to see how best we could support. But of course, this idea, my brother Stephen, I don't know if he's in the room somewhere there. He has been interesting as me to see that we expedite this process. At the continental level, we are having an idea of ensuring that we celebrate the AfCFTA University Day. We launched it in Ivory Coast. The idea is to see next year, we launch it further. So this symposium can give birth to the AfCFTA Youth Advisory Council MOOBS chapter as one of the outcomes of the symposium, as a way of ensuring we disseminate the AfCFTA amongst our peers at the university. So with those many remarks, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you when the calls come in for Lusaka. Please join in and apply for ULEAD Summit. Let's all go. Kenya is near here in November. Let's all save up and let's cross the border together. Asante sana.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you. I'd like to appreciate all of you for turning up. It's a huge step you have taken. I want to appreciate the organizers, but most importantly, I want to leave us with, I'm not going to be a motivational speaker. Yes, I do that outside today, but I just want to implore us young people to equip ourselves with knowledge. Yeah, if you have knowledge, if you know how these things are happening, if tomorrow you find out that the free trade area upgraded to customs union or whatever, like that's another level. Yeah, so let's equip ourselves with knowledge, especially us who are in school. All these opportunities are everywhere. The African Union Youth Envoy has very many opportunities for young people. The different CSOs, they have different platforms for young people. The government itself has programs to support young people. We can start off there before we lament about the limited finance. If you have the knowledge, you can always find a way to bypass the existing challenges. And like we have gone through all the discussions, we have identified that actually what even look like challenges limiting us are gaps that we can manipulate and instead use them as stepping stones to push whatever we want to push. Yeah. So I just want to implore us, if trade is something you want to make use of when you finish school and you do not get a job, do not tire, go in your garden or find something that is lacking anywhere close across the value chain. Start off there. Other than that, I thank you all and I wish you a beautiful day.
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Alan Omolot and Miss Julia Muumuza. Thank you very much. Emolot, sorry.
My grandfather will kill me. It's Emolot.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to these two distinguished panelists. They have done an amazing job. Thank you very much. So we have only one more speaker who will need less than 2 minutes to give us his remarks. He joins us online all the way from Abuja or Lagos. I'm not so sure of the city in Nigeria. He needs only 2 minutes to give us his insights regarding the value chain and how youth can tap and benefit from it. He is an award-winning filmmaker by the names of David Akwara. David, you have 2 minutes just to give us your thoughts regarding perhaps the creative industry. There are many young people who are now who are emerging and participating in the creative industry, and that is fashion and design and etc., filmmaking, you know, music and all that. So what opportunities lie therein and how best can they position themselves? David, you have 2 minutes, please. Our time is fast spent.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I sincerely apologize that I was not able to make it to the event live. I know that some people had come because they saw that I made a post that I would be in Uganda. I apologize, and I have to commend my leader that just spoke, Mr. David. I think the panelists have said so much, but from the creative side of things, there is really a need for serious collaboration because the creative industry in Africa is becoming the next oil. I like to say that because we've seen, a lot of continental projects happen, and all these things happen at the premise of collaboration. So for the AfCFTA, I think that we now have a legal opportunity to start moving. Trading services is not as difficult or it's not as technical as trading goods. So it's easy for service to move. So I'm expecting that going forward, we will start having Uganda and Nigeria collaboration. Let's have a film together because there's a simple mathematics. We have quite a number of cinemas in all over Nigeria. I also know that we have quite numbers of cinemas in Uganda. If we have a Ugandan filmmaker and a Nigerian filmmaker come together and do a joint project, what that means is that the film will be screened in Uganda and in Nigeria. I'm just giving this scenario because it can be spread across the continent. What it also means is that because the film is shot in Nigeria and in Uganda, we are going to employ young people to serve as whether it's makeup artists, whether it's VFX, whether it's costumier, whether it's director of photography. We would be employing young people, so that's even job on the go. Then on the side of distribution, we would have audience in Uganda and audience in Nigeria, buy into whatever we have created. So that's money. I like to say this very confidently, that the AfCFTA is going to favor us in the service industry, because the whole protocol, whether it's even intellectual property rights, it's not as technical as dealing with, oh, you are manufacturing food, you know, in Uganda, and you're trying to bring it to Nigeria. It's a bit technical. It's a bit a technical process. But for those in creative industry, whether it's fashion, whether it's filmmaking, whether it's music, collaboration is the way to go. So I'm expecting that from this event, I would have people who are filmmakers, who are interested in the arts, reach out to me and say, how do we go from here? How do we collaborate and make projects that would financially benefit us? Then lastly, the AfCFTA, like my leader said, is here and is here to stay. And we in the creative industry have a huge responsibility. You know, the power of the world right now, it's in the social space. So we need to now use our TikToks, we need to use our YouTube channels, our Instagram, all these social media channels that we have to propagate the importance of this single market that has been created. You know, to start sending messages, start creating content. For example, I currently have a film on the African Continental Free Trade Area. We're just done with West Africa. What that film has done, it has opened up the conversation. It has made more people, you know, show interest in this single market that we now have. So I am thinking in my head, if we have more people, even people in Uganda, who are making short films, short stories, short documentaries about the enormous opportunities that comes with a single African market, with a borderless Africa, I think that we will get more people interested, more people who even have funding to be interested in the AfCFTA and all its value chain. Thank you so much. I hope I've been able to shed light on the question that you have asked, and I hope to be on platform like this again and to discuss more. And I'm looking forward to get messages from my brothers and sisters in the creative industry, and let's see how, you know, we can work together to build a very sustainable and beautiful Africa. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Akwara. God bless you too. Well, colleagues, a round of applause once again for the online panelists and those who have been able to make it here physically. Siatini, Uganda, thank you very much. Youth for Tax Justice Network, thank you very much for your partnership. Now, the last activity of today is closing this event. But I, as Kidega Moses, I don't have that capacity to invite the person who shall close this event officially. But I know someone who has that capacity, and that is my chairperson of the National Youth Council, Mr. Jacob Ayeru. Let me invite you to invite the person who is going to close this event, and we should be able to begin serving our lunch coupons thereafter. Mr. Jacob, it's my honor to invite you and welcome you to welcome the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. I think let's give Moses a deserving round of applause. Moses is a celeb online. If you go to Civic Space TV, you'll see him moderating a lot of English. Thank you, Moses. My name is Jacob Ayeru. I am serving, I think, all of you. Is there anyone above 30? I know most of you have been, of course, you wouldn't tell me. I'm sorry for asking. But I am the chairperson of the National Youth Council. We are serving the young people of this country in many ways. One of it is to show how relevant young people can be to these ideas that are moving the continent, moving the country. And I want to thank all of you for spending time with us, learning, engaging, but above all, you yourself being informed about these matters that we are going into as a country. I have been told that we did not make a full introduction of the members of the National Youth Council here. So I'd just like to introduce you the members of the National Executive who are present here today. I'll start with the MC himself, Moses Kidega. He's our Secretary for Labor Affairs. No wonder he was discussing business and moderating it. We have the National Secretary for Legal Affairs. Her name is Miss Mercy Kanyesije. I saw the National Secretary for Finance, Mr. Sam Ogwal. Sam, you need to stand up because if you sit, they don't see you. Please stand up. That's our money. And I want to thank him. I want to also thank the panelists. Without further ado, I'd like to invite my friend and my Ogi, lady from across the Nile, Madam Fiona Honorable Nyamutoro, the National Female Woman, Female Youth Member of Parliament. You're most welcome. Let's welcome her. She also chairs the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. So she's the one who is the voice of our problems in Parliament. So if you have a problem that you want the speaker to hear, you capture her in the corridor. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I understand that it is past lunchtime and the sugar levels are low. No wonder you're giving me different titles. The Chairperson of the National Youth Council, members of the executive of the NYC, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you are all well. And I really hope that this has been a very insightful symposium where we all get to learn a lot. My name is Fiona Nyamutoro. I'm the National Youth Representative in the 11th Parliament, and I'm also the chair of the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. I came in when the symposium had moved quite a long way, but I am certain even from a distance, I would try to presume the discussions that you have had today. First of all, for starters, we all agree that not many of us knew about the AfCFTA. Did we? We have gotten to learn about it today. Isn't that the genesis of our problem as young people in this country? Should I start from that note? Before even we discuss the opportunities that we can leverage on in seeing that young people utilize this space on continental trade, in seeing that young people enable themselves to compete in the business fraternity. Do young people know what is there to compete for? I had the privilege to attend the AfCFTA conference last year in Dar es Salaam when they were launching the protocol on women and youth in trade. I was very displeased on arrival, and we clearly stated this to the Secretary General with my colleagues who had come along, that is Alan from Youth for Tax Justice and another comrade called Daniel Obal. Because in a very huge conference room where we had over 30 countries that were willing to commit themselves to this idea. At that time, many of them were still conceptualizing it. Me, I was looking around and seeing whether there were any young faces in the room, and I couldn't find any. And it was very disturbing, and I saw it as a problematic situation in future, that if these protocols are not separated, then we might not be able to achieve much. And I am very glad that the National Youth Council, even when I did not communicate it to them, they could understand that youth issues need special attention and derived from youth perspectives for them to be able to have progress. So I was very delighted when I got an invite to come and speak to you today, knowing that I'm particularly coming to follow up on the protocol of youth. I would not want to imagine a situation whereby we were invited in this room and it had to be women and youth. I'm not sure our interests would be met right. And I heard there was a gentleman here who said he chairs the union. Yes, I hope you do capture those concerns very seriously. It is important that youth issues are streamlined from a lens of young people, because it is totally different. It is a different understanding, it is different interests, it is different results altogether. People argue and say, you see, even under the women, they are young women. No, young women, not young women, push them to the youth docket until they pass it and then push them to the women. Now, the AfCFTA is a very big dream. You would like to refer it to as the African dream. It is founded on an idea that, one, Africa could create its own dome and exist entirely on its own independence. Very wonderful situation to envision. They even plan to push for an African currency. Who wouldn't love to wake up to such a situation whereby right from Algeria to South Africa, we are trading with one currency? The last person who had that dream was the late Muammar Gaddafi. It did not go so well with him. I'm not so sure whether all of us that want to support the AfCFTA will be safe at the end of the day. But that aside, also cognizant of the fact that business thrives in scarcity. And that is where the niche is for the young people. Identifying the scarcity in the different African countries and seeing how exactly young people can centralize on fixing those gaps. Now, when it comes to entrepreneurship or business, to say, it might not necessarily be about what you want to do. It is about what you can do. The question is, do you know those gaps as a young person? Are you able to sit down and zero down on a gap that is in society locally, that is in society regionally, that is in society even beyond the regional borders? And are you able to maintain the supply to fix that scarcity? That is the only way we are going to realize this dream as the young people of Africa. If only we have many more young people focusing on exactly what we want to shape and what our results are, than many young people just taking business courses as a theory to pass exams, but cannot practically implement any financial literacy or business skills on ground. There are many of us here who have business ideas. I have friends that I have shared with. There's a gentleman, a friend of mine, who has said business in Uganda has failed him. His problem is not capital. His problem is not that he cannot do the business, but every business he has done, he has failed. And he keeps asking, what could be the problem? Maybe I was not born a businessman. And I think that is one of the greatest lies we can tell to ourselves. All of us exist because we within ourselves are an economy. It is a support system of linkage that makes business successful. Now, as young people, I understand the saying that goes, the spirit is strong, but the body is weak. In Uganda, the business spirit is both weak in the body and in the spirit. It is easy for us to wake up and contribute money for a party and have some bottles of liquor around for free. I don't know where that money comes from, but it is impossible for a Ugandan circle of young people to sit down and say, you know, there's this opportunity now that the Democratic Republic of Congo has joined the region. We can utilize this comparative advantage and collectively bring capital together, because capital accumulation is one of the challenges we have, and start this business. Impossible. We are still waiting for those success stories. But how many businesses do we read about in magazines? Do we read about on the news? Do we read about in newspapers? Do we hear about that are actually as a result of partnerships? Very many. Just some minds coming together and partnering and saying, this is what we can do. And then they all put their focus to that. Why is that so difficult for us as a generation? Is it that we are too dishonest to trust ourselves? Or is it that we are not being equipped with the right skills from the word go? Now, I want to encourage all of you. Opportunities as these come once in a time, I know. But it is upon yourself as a young person to shape yourself better for the future. I believe in our generation, it is even better because these rooms that we meet in are just supposed to be polishing grounds for individual capacities we are already building within ourselves. Utilize the internet for purposive research. How do you come to a symposium and you are saying that this is the first time I am hearing about the African continental trade area? How? The information is all over. There is no leader who is going to come and tell you, okay, now you know this was launched. No. This is regional news. It is international news. And if we cannot get past that, then we don't even have the moral authority to blame government for anything. Because you don't have information in your tax policy, you don't have information on the labor laws, but you feel you can export labor outside of the country. When someone comes and says, I want to take you to work in America, tomorrow you are going. But you cannot even cite a single labor law. You don't even know what your rights are. That is how bad it is. And I keep worrying for our future, which is mature today, by the way. Because I do not know, even when we stand to say, we are majority in this country, we deserve to be heard. I'm not so certain whether the greatest part of my generation is ready for the task. Because governance comes with all this. And our generation is so unlucky that we are having a generational rift between the immediate ones after us. Let me use examples of your political heads. The generation of Museveni, the generation of who? Who is in the middle there? No, but Mao. Muhozi. You're the one who said that one, not me. The generation of Museveni, the generation of Muhozi, and the generation of Nyamtoro. Now the generation of Muhozi and Nyamtoro is literally now moving together, which is a problem. It is a problem because that means that we have to fight for the same space. And if you are not ready, the war is even getting tougher. Invisible as it may seem, it simply means for you to be able to get at a table as a young person, to have an input in the development process of this country, then you have to be top-notch. And being top-notch takes a lot of work. Being top-notch means that you are intentional about what you want to achieve and how you want to go about it. But being intentional also means that you build a chain link within your same generation. I think when it comes to our side, we are trying our best. I can proudly stand and say, oh, in my generation, we have over 100 members of parliament that I was with at campus the same time. We call ourselves by name. In my generation, I have the National Youth Council chairperson, and we are well positioned across the country. There is no district in this country that I would go to and sleep on the ground, and sleep on the road, sorry. If I do not know the RDC or the deputy RDC, who are young people, at least I know some technical person at the district who will come to my rescue. The young people that have been invited for this symposium today, it is not just a matter of thinking that you can wake up and have your dreams. It is high time that we get serious about what we want the future to be in Uganda. And that includes us being intentional about conversations as this, us interesting ourselves in matters that affect the communities we live in, and also us bettering ourselves on a daily basis in ensuring that we contribute not just to the development of Uganda, but to the entire development of Africa. I hope that you had a great financial literal session. I also hope that it is so informative that from today, you are going to equip many more young people with the same information, but also start a business and be resilient enough to see it succeed. Cross borders, utilize opportunities, seek out what Uganda has to offer to the world. and be the young face that will market it, we shall always be there to support you. Government has loopholes that it has to fix, yes. When it comes to policy making, it's always a process. Task us as your leaders to do that refining. We shall always be coming back for consultations to see that we create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship to thrive within the young people. There are those strings that are not tied right. We are willing to always tighten them. And we are here as your voice, as youth members of parliament, and as through the National Youth Council, and even as your leaders, for those of you who are at university, at Guild, we even interact with the Guild. So why not utilize that opportunity, ladies and gentlemen? I wouldn't like to waste a lot of your time. I want to thank all of you for accepting the invite. I hope that it becomes a pivotal, life-changing opportunity that will yield the great businessmen and women that are going to change the per capita income of Uganda in the near future. I want to thank the National Youth Council for organizing this initiative. I believe it should not be the first, should it? It should continue going on and on, so that in the next meeting we have success stories. I would love to hear that when we were at MOOBS, this triggered my mind, and now here I am to encourage and inspire more young people. I also want to add my voice of gratitude to the partners of the National Youth Council, especially Siatini and Youth for Tax Justice, for always supporting young people. Spaces as these are the ones that we encourage, because they do not just inform you as the youth who attend, but they also shape us better as leaders on what exactly we have to advocate for and how we can strengthen the youth voices in this country. With those few remarks, I want to declare this symposium officially closed and wish you all a great afternoon. I thank you.
I think that is not very deserving. Once again, let's give Honorable Fiona Nyamotoro a thunderous round of applause. So the last action is taking a group photo, and we shall do that from right here. I'm going to request some able-bodied men to help me displace this table. Just to put it, I think, outside there, so we can converge down here, and then the cameraman can shoot from up there. So, all right. So I request some able-bodied men. I'm seeing some guys with, come and help me here. No, stop me the table. Thank you for your voluntary service. Let's just disperse this table, put it outside there, and the chairs as well.